Good morning and welcome to the third and last day of the March board meeting of the IESBA. Thank you for being here for the third day. I'd like to very specially welcome Claire Greystone and Dan Montgomery from IESB, who will gently provide us with an overview of the responses analyzed so far and the conclusions taken so far from the responses to their consultation. Before that, let me also greet those who are with us virtually. Sadia Adam, Dave Sullivan, thank you for coming back to our board meeting, observing on behalf of the PIOB. That's very kind, and also greet our in-person and virtual observers, and thank you for the interest that this meeting is raising. I hope that everybody had a nice end of day yesterday, and that you enjoyed the board activity, which was really funny. And I need to thank the staff and those who organized that activity and congratulate them for the idea, because it was really a nice moment for the board members and the staff and as all. Thank you very much, as to Diana and who else may have participated in this organization. We need these moments. Well, this is the last day of the board meeting. We are supposed to finish by lunchtime. Today, what we have in the agenda is, as I have already mentioned, a presentation from IESB on the sustainability project and the ISA 5000 consultation, and an update basically on what they have already learned from the responses. After that, we will have a presentation and a discussion, if that is the case, on the revision of the IES. We will receive a presentation on the topic, and finally, we will have an update on the PI rollout from the working group. This is our agenda for today, and we are due to close, if possible, by 12:40. But well, yesterday we were not very successful in meeting the schedule. I hope that today we are going to do better than yesterday. Before we move to the first presentation, I understand that you need to share something, which
yes, two matters before the board ends the meeting today. One is the approval of the December board minutes. There have been a few editorial changes to those minutes, and Astrid will be circulating the revised draft in markup to the board very shortly. And we will ask the board to consider those changes and approve the minutes before the close of the meeting. And the second item is, as indicated yesterday, it's the board consideration of the revised terms of reference for the Firm Culture and Governance Working Group. The revised document, in fact, was circulated to the board early this morning by Carla. And Chana will come back after the morning break to take the board through the final refinements to the terms of reference. And we'll ask the board to consider and approve those terms of reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken, for completing my introduction. So with this, Claire, then very welcome. For us, this update is really important, because as we go and we reflect on our own public consultation, but also on the future of the standards, it's more and more clear that we need to coordinate and we need to go together. So what is happening on your side, it's not on your side, it's on our side, both of the boards. So it's important for this board and for us all to understand where you are, which are the most relevant topics, namely those who can impact our own project and work. So thank you very much for kindly offering us your time, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Gabriella, for that kind introduction. And Dan and I are both delighted to be here to speak to the board. We are the co-leads of the Sustainability Assurance Project at the IESB, and we're really pleased to have been working closely with your staff and liaison members leading up to the release of our exposure draft and the release of your exposure draft. So I'm going to give some introductory comments and the areas that we want to talk to you about today, and then I'll pass on to Dan to talk about some specific technical issues that we've been discussing with our board this week during our meeting. So if we could turn to the next slide, please. We issued our exposure draft along with the explanatory memorandum back in 2023 on the 2nd of August, and our comment period was a 3-month comment period. It closed on the 1st of December 2023. We asked 27 different questions in our explanatory memorandum, and with the intention of really teasing out specific responses to each of the things that we really wanted to reflect on. So we later released, during our comment period, a stakeholder survey that had questions a little bit more targeted to broader stakeholder groups, investors and other stakeholders. We received 143 comment letters within a reasonable time frame, and 3 further submissions that we considered to be late submissions, and we received 36 survey responses. So a really great response, and you can see from the diagram on the slide that those comment letters were really quite well spread around the globe. We were pretty happy with the spread, and we were also very happy with the spread of stakeholders that we reached. We did make a very significant attempt to reach stakeholders when we did global outreach in our comment period, but we were very heartened by the responses across the board from different stakeholder groups. Next slide, please. So we've then taken away the comment letters and the survey responses and done a significant amount of analysis. And some overarching themes that came through in support, firstly, of ED 5000. There was acknowledgement of the very rapid speed of development of the standard, and that was very much appreciated by the marketplace. It was supported in that we had developed, are developing a broad global baseline as to provide assurance on all any sustainability information across any frameworks. It was very much supported to have that the standard was underpinned by ethics, you'll be pleased to hear, thank goodness, and quality management. And that it also covers the entire engagement, so from acceptance and continuance decisions through to reporting. So that was good to get that overarching support. So moving to the next slide, please. So then when we looked at the analysis, we had the 27 answers to 27 questions, and we grouped those into themes. We looked at the responses and identified 14 questions, plus there was an overarching question that we considered. We were able to look at what came back in relation to the other questions. So we saw 14 of the 27 questions as being the issues that were of most importance to stakeholders and ones that we honed in on for the analysis. Because analysing 27 questions simultaneously was unrealistic and to be considered by March, this meeting this week by the IESBA. So we then grouped those 14 questions into the themes that you see in that left-hand larger box on the screen. Now we then, we then set aside the other 12 questions, and some of those are things like translation issues, public sector issues, the effective date, so things that we feel that we can deal with, you know, fairly expeditiously following on from this meeting. We've set those aside for more detailed analysis now following the March meeting. So they're on the right-hand side, so that's why they're in a dotted box. We're not going to be able to talk to you about those today. We haven't been able to do the detailed analysis yet, or we've done detailed analysis, but we haven't been able to discuss that with our task force or with our board, so that's to follow. So what we wanted to focus on today was, of the 7 themes that you see on the left, we saw 4 of those as being of impact to IESBA or of relevance to your work, and they are the matters that we've been discussing at the staff level. So they're the ones we're going to focus on today. And I would flag that the other matters that will relate to communication, particularly with the financial statement auditor. So they're the things that we want to talk to you about today. So now I want to hand over to Dan to talk through some of these issues. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much, Claire. And let me extend my personal appreciation on behalf of the rest of the sustainability army that we call it, which is a collection of other IAASB staff and technical advisors that have done the heavy lifting on the drafting of ISO 5000. So if we could go to the next slide. What Claire and I have tried to do is cull out from the analysis that was done and from the papers that were prepared for the IAASB's March meeting, kind of the key themes that we heard from respondents on these particular matters, a little bit of a flavor for you of the key aspects that were discussed with the board, some of the key changes to the exposure draft. And then we've noted in the bottom left on each of these theme slides, areas where we already have had coordination with IESBA staff and will continue to coordinate going forward. And then we've just, for your reference, provided the relevant agenda materials from the IAASB, if you care to have a closer look. So the first topical area that Claire mentioned was the definitions of sustainability matters and sustainability information. And these were questions 5 and 6 in our exposure draft. And it essentially asked respondents whether they supported the definitions and whether the relationship between sustainability matters, sustainability information, and disclosures was clear and understandable. So the good news was that there was overall broad support from respondents for the definitions that were in the exposure draft, and frankly, even broader support for the clarity of the relationship among sustainability matters, information, and disclosures. However, as you would expect, there were a number of comments and suggestions to improve the clarity of these definitions and the relationship, but it was a bit of a mixed bag. Some respondents said, "Why don't you consider adding X, Y, and Z to particularly the definition of sustainability matters?" And others said, "Well, but make sure the definitions are clear and understandable and operable." And then some said, "Well, you would like to try to align a little bit closer with some of the reporting frameworks, but oh, by the way, we like the fact that you're trying to be framework neutral." So it was a little bit of a challenge for the task force to try to find a way forward on this. But what the task force did, and by the way, on sustainability matters, that definition, and we're going to show you the markup here in a moment. The biggest theme that came through was the treatment of governance in the definition. And there were a majority of respondents that said, we would like the definition to focus on the core elements of ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So please add governance back to the core part of the definition. And then in the original definition, there were we had cultural matters and economic matters included, and there were various questions and concerns, confusion about what that meant. So the suggestion was to take those out, and that has been done. On sustainability information, maybe we just flip to the next slide. We'll go through these definitions with you. This is the markup from the exposure draft of the definition of sustainability matters. And what, as I mentioned, the biggest change was to add governance back to the core part of the definition, delete the reference to economic and cultural. There were some tweaks to subparts 1 and 2 to try to better align with some of the reporting frameworks and the notion of double materiality. The task force did talk about an option that if the board, if the IAASB felt that the definition was getting too cluttered, or if there were requests to add even more to this definition, maybe a simpler approach would be just to streamline it and go back to a core definition of sustainability matters being environmental, social, and governance matters, full stop. And then in the application material, it could be described that look to the framework or the criteria for what either the definition or description of the matters are to be reported, and it could be supplemented with some additional guidance on notion of double materiality and impacts, risks, opportunities, those types of things. The board, however, favored the longer definition. So the task force will continue to work with this, and obviously continue to liaise with IESBA staff when you hear back from your consultation on your exposure draft on finding some common ground for the definition here. If we flip to the next slide, which is the definition of sustainability information, and some of the comments on exposure were that could you find a way to streamline the definition to make it clearer that sustainability information is it's that results from measuring or evaluating the sustainability matters against the criteria. So that's what was done here. We have had some preliminary feedback, though, that in doing so, we may have lost a little bit of clarity and actually lost a little bit of connection with your definition of sustainability matters, or sustainability information rather, by losing just the simple statement that it's information about sustainability matters. So I believe the staff suggestion to the task force is going to be to revert back to the exposure draft language there. And then for both these definitions, there's a hanging paragraph that was intended to correlate back to the underlying concepts in the assurance standards of underlying subject matter for sustainability matters and subject matter information for sustainability information. Okay, so that's the first topic, and I think we can move to the next slide there. This is I don't want to spend any time on this one. This is a diagram is in Appendix 1 of the exposure draft, and it essentially ties together the concept of sustainability matters, sustainability information, and disclosures by indicating that sustainability matters are the underlying subject matter that get evaluated against the criteria, leads to the sustainability information that's reported, but it's reported through these disclosures about individual aspects of topics on various matters. It's just a visual interpretation. And by the way, there was great support from respondents for this diagram in the exposure draft, and will be retained in the appendix. The board also supported that. So if we could move then to the next slide, we'll get into the next theme, and also one I'm sure that's of great interest to this board, and that is the notion of relevant ethical requirements and quality management. Apologize, there's quite a bit of text on the slide, but we wanted to highlight for you the key points, and we'll do our best to give you the snapshot of what we heard and what the task force has done. Question 4 in the exposure draft asked respondents if the ED was sufficiently clear about the concept of at least as demanding as the IESBA code and ISQM1. So this obviously relates to the fundamental premises that were in ISA 5000 as well as in ISAE 3000. that the practitioner complies with with independence and other ethical requirements of the code or other professional requirements or requirements in law or regulation that are at least as demanding. And on the quality management side, that the firm applies ISQM1 or a system of quality management that's at least as demanding. So again, the good news, strong support from respondents. And this came through in all of the global roundtables, the global outreach that was done, as well as in the comment letters. Strong support for the fundamental premises. So there's absolutely no question about those. Now, in terms of the specific comments, and there were a number of suggestions that we heard. Some respondents wanted or encouraged either a stricter or a more prescriptive approach in the standard. So either require the use of the IESBA code or ISQM1. Have the IAASB identify minimum requirements that would be considered to be, if they were followed, would be at least as demanding, or somehow explicitly identify other requirements that, again, would be considered at least as demanding. If you look at the agenda paper, it's agenda item 3C, for various reasons, the task force and the board did not view any of those options as being feasible for a number of reasons. Either it wouldn't be profession agnostic, it would create inconsistencies with existing assurance standards, might create barriers to entry in the market. There's not, the IAASB didn't have time or resources to do a significant mapping exercise. So all of the above. So what has been done, starting with the, and by the way, let me also say that with respect to at least as demanding, lots of calls for more guidance on what that means. So we'll go through in a moment what the task force has done. Also, respondents said, make sure you highlight the importance of the role of national standard setters and regulators in this process. And then look to find ways to add further transparency in the assurance report about the requirements that were followed. So the key changes that were made, and starting with the quality management requirements, if you look at paragraph 29 in the standard, the task force introduced or suggested a three-part requirement for quality management. So that the firm would have to comply with ISQM1, with professional requirements in law or regulation, or requirements in law or regulation that an appropriate authority has determined to be at least as demanding. And appropriate authority, or some guidance was brought in from the auditor, from the reporting standards, ISO 700, about what an appropriate authority might be. And then the third leg was professional requirements or requirements of law or regulation that are otherwise determined to be at least as demanding, essentially a practitioner determination. So the board was fine with that direction, but asked the task force to do a couple of things, to say A and B are the preferred, either require compliance with ISQM1 or requirements that an appropriate authority has said are at least as demanding. But in the absence of A or B, then the practitioner makes a determination. And the board also talked about at what level that determination should be made. Is it an engagement level determination? Is it a firm level determination? And if it's at the firm level, is it at the practitioner firm? Is it a network firm? So the task force will give some additional thought to that. On the ethics side, the board, the task force did not propose a similar three-part requirement for relevant ethical requirements. And we had this conversation with staff that the task force determined that wasn't in a position to do that until we had further discussions with IESBA. And so we will continue to engage with you on that. I will say that there were at least a couple of board members that could see no reason why there shouldn't be a similar requirement, three-part requirement with respect to relevant ethical requirements. So we will, the task force will take that up again in April. The definition of relevant ethical requirements, there was just I'll call it a tweak there. In the exposure draft, there was a perception from respondents that it was creating a perception of a two-tier approach because there was a reference to professional accountants and non-accounting or non-professional accountant assurance providers. So it was taking those references out and just making it a more factual definition of what relevant ethical requirements are. The application material has been clarified. This is getting at guidance on at least as demanding, because there were some that read the application material as saying, well, I need to go through each and every aspect of the requirements of ISQM1 and somehow demonstrate that I've complied with those. That was not the intent. The intent was to meet the objectives of ISQM1. So that has been clarified in the application material as well. And then with respect to transparency in the assurance report, there's now a requirement in the report to require the identification of other ethical requirements that are at least as demanding. The original requirement in the exposure draft was simply to identify the jurisdiction of origin of those requirements, but to make it, to put it on in alignment with the quality management disclosure in the report, now requires both the jurisdiction of origin and the identification of those requirements. And then the final part on this one is, and this reflects the importance of the judgments that are involved by the practitioner in evaluating what's at least as demanding, introducing a new documentation requirement for the practitioner to document the basis for their determination that the requirements followed are in fact at least as demanding as the code or ISQM1. Okay, Gabriella and Ken, I don't know if should we go through the whole thing and then have questions, or would you prefer to?
Thank you for asking, Dan. I was exactly thinking that it would be probably useful to stop here for a couple of minutes and see if the board members have questions, because these are so important topics that we should not leave them to the last part of the discussion. We have to be mindful of the time that we have, but I think it would be important to see if there are questions, and I see that there are. And thank you for the presentation so far. Christelle.
Yes, thank you very much for this presentation. Very clear and to the point. This three-tier approach, I find it interesting, but of course the last tier can be challenging. So I think that, I think that asking for transparency, for public transparency on that is key for the robustness of the requirement. And I see also that asking for the documentation is also necessary to have this third tier more robust, at least enforceable. Otherwise, it's just an open door to we don't know why. What we don't know what. So I think there is a potential very robust approach and framework neutral with this three-tier approach. I think I very much support that, with the transparency in the report and the documentation requirement. It's very powerful. And maybe on a more global and strategic side, it would help also assess to what extent the IESBA code is referenced, and where are the discrepancies on some markets, depending on the analysis of such documentations.
Thank you, Christelle. Dan and Claire, can we collect one or two more comments or questions, and then if it is the case, respond to them all. Rich, please.
Sure. And Dan and Claire, thanks for coming today. I appreciate it. On this issue of quality management, the three-tiered approach, and perhaps I need to see the documents, but it seems like we're undermining ISQM1, and that you can choose to follow it, you can choose not to follow it, or if your country says you don't have to follow it, or you can follow something lesser, that's okay. And I don't see how that's in the public interest in the protection of investors. And I'm struggling with, because I know we've already been told there are bodies out there lobbying jurisdictions to not have to follow ISQM1. And so I fail to see how we're going to have sustainability assurance practitioners meeting the same level of standards consistently, so an investor can understand that. And I guess a sub piece of that I'd like to understand is as it is contemplated today, and I realize it's in draft. So if you were the assurance provider for the financial statements, you would follow ISQM1 under the ISIS. But if you also provided the sustainability assurance report, for that aspect of your work, you wouldn't have to follow ISQM1 if you fit in one of the other two tiers. Is that also part of it? So I'll pause there and let Andy and others add to it.
Thank you, Rich. Andy, please.
Thank you, and thanks for coming. This is just terrific that we're getting in the same room so we can share these things. So just a couple of things just to mention, and this is of course for us as well. I grow increasingly concerned with the level of complexity in these standards, and when I look at the definitions and see on the screen the definition and then the text within the definition, I think as you portrayed as to whether it should be in the definition or in application guidance, I think some of those terms have general common meaning throughout the world, and I think the more that we get into it in the definition, I think we're adding to complexity, which will, I think, not aid in its adoption. But the part that does concern me this most is, and I'm glad to see that there is a growing acceptance that we need to have the quality management and the ethics, because I can't see a way clearer to a proper public interest without that. So at least this demanding part is really problematic. And I am very concerned because you had mentioned 3,000, and we'd seen in the survey that there were those who claimed to follow 3,000 without even mentioning anything about our ethics standards. So really, on what basis do we really believe that at least as demanding will take hold, or at anything? But with regard to maybe the three-tier approach, the three-part approach, and the last one, which is the practitioner determined, I was a little confused by the aspect of the at least as demanding meant complying with the objectives as opposed to the individual requirements, because my understanding of the construct of the individual requirements is that the boards have decided that's how you meet the objectives. And so I'm concerned about the practitioner being able to say that they've complied with the objectives without meeting the requirements. And I realize it's a chore to go through the requirements one by one, but I really question how one could faithfully say that they've achieved the objectives without going through the requirements. And of course, that does then deal with the problematic issue of what if something is more restrictive with regard to requirements 1 and 2, and less restrictive with regards to requirements, 5, 6, and 7. So that is a not, which then leads me to maybe where Rich is going, is that maybe it would be nice to just say comply with these with these 2 particular standards. But anyway, those are just my initial reactions, and it's quite a chore. So thank you again.
Thank you, Andy. Dan and Claire, whenever you think it's time to stop with the questions and comments and respond, just let me know. Do you want to come now? Okay.
It might be worth us responding to a couple of those now.
Sorry, without preventing the others from speaking, but just don't want you to be flooding the
No, that's fantastic. So, so what we're hearing from Christelle was, support for this 3-tier approach and the framework neutrality of that, but concern around that, from Rich and I think Andy as well, about how it could undermine ISQM 1 in this instance, as we've got the 3 tiers. And definitely the board, which I think Dan has explained, was, that the way that we've drafted it at the moment, the board is keen to separate out A and B as being the starting point, and only if those are not available to move to C. They were contemplating situations where a jurisdiction might not have an appropriate authority to make that decision. So then they need to have another way of identifying what would be at least as demanding for ISQM 1. So that was sort of a logic to allow for that third option, rather than opening the door to people to say, I don't want to follow ISQM 1, I don't want to follow, I don't want to have to look to an appropriate authority, I can just do my own thing. It's not, that wasn't the intention. So we do need to do a little bit of work around those words. Dan?
Yeah. No, that's absolutely right. The only other thing I would say, on the point on ISQM 1, I mean, I think the reality today is that for 3,000, there are some jurisdictions that have not adopted ISQM 1. And so 3,000 has the same notion of either ISQM 1 or something that's at least as demanding. And we kind of have to leave it to the practitioner to make that determination. That's why there's been all these calls for additional guidance on how to make that determination and who makes it. And I think the sentiment of the IAASB was a little bit of, well, we'll go as far as we can go in the standard, try to keep it as consistent as possible with ISAE 3000. But this is an area where standard setters and regulators have to have a role as well, and that transparency can be a bit of a bridge in terms of at least identifying the requirements that were followed. The other notion of whether it's a 1-to-1 match with the requirements. In the absence of a detailed mapping, it's hard to do. So the best that can be done, which is the wording from 3000, is that you've got requirements that achieve or you're following the requirements that achieve the aims of ISQM 1, and that's the wording from 3000 that's been retained here. And there are other efforts underway to try to do some mapping. One of the suggestions that the board had in terms of guidance was when ISQM 1 was issued, there was a fairly detailed first-time implementation guide, and maybe we could take that and repackage it as a quality management for sustainability assurance engagements, to provide a little more detail on how quality management requirements would be implemented. So that's another thought that came through on the board. But I mean, clearly there will be more. There likely will be more discussion on this.
Thank you very much. Also, you have.
Oh, I just wanted to do a time check with you, Gabriella, and because we've got we have, I think, until 10:15, and we've got a couple of other.
If you don't mind,
significant
because they had already
Yeah,
asked
yeah, please, yeah.
to comment, I will allow Luigi and
Sure.
Mark to make as short as possible comments.
I was commenting, I intended to comment the same matter relating to at least demanding. I find the approach that you followed reasonable and convincing. I'm still struggling with the third layer, of course, because it is not clear to me, but probably I need to read and to wait for a moment, how this will work and how this would apply in different jurisdictions. I wonder whether it could be possible to have guidance or to build in a way that the last layer is the last resort when there are no one that could take a determination. And in this situation, I have to comment. One, probably the transparency should not only be applied to the ethical requirement, but also to the internal system of quality management, I think. On the other side, though, while the transparency requirement probably is very effective with respect to the ethical requirement, because I suppose that they are well known across jurisdiction, or at least there is an expectation that they are. I'm not sure that the situation is the same for the IESBA 1 or in, let's say, the construct and the architecture of an internal system of quality management. So I'm not sure that the transparency is the response with respect to the generalities of the users of this information. It may be, but I'm not sure. So I wonder whether this could be something that could be taken into consideration for further analysis or considerations.
Thank you, Luigi. Mark, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the update. The piece that worries me is, in common with other colleagues, the quality management piece, because our jumping off point for developing new material for the code was that it needed to be equivalent to an audit of financial statements. And in all of the outreach that we carried out, it was very clear that quality management was a fundamental piece of that. So anything that runs the risk of diluting quality management below the level that would apply in an audit of financial statements runs the risk of sort of undermining the objective of what we're trying to do. So I would be quite concerned if there was any sort of undermining of that level. Thank you.
And finally, Ken, please. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Gabrielle. No, I suppose I had a couple of questions and perhaps more closer to a concern. I probably need to see the wording of your drafting in terms of how you've taken it so far. I do share Mark's concern about this third option or third pathway relative to the quality management considerations, because our fundamental premise in moving forward with our draft IESA or Part 5 has always been that those ethics standards are going to be, ethics and including independent standards, are going to be at the same level as those that apply to audits of financial statements. So if we open up the possibility that firms might be able to apply or comply with requirements relative to quality management that they would determine to be at least as demanding, and there's going to be a big question there. What would that mean in terms of implications for the ethics and independence? So on the implication side, there's a big question there. I suppose my other concern is, and maybe I need to understand better why this third option has been provided, which seems to me that this is going to be an option that's going to be provided to firms to make their own determination as to what quality management requirements they will apply when in fact there is already SQM1 available. So and maybe I'm not quite understanding what even the first pathway is going to be about, because if I understood you, the first pathway is going to be that firms comply with the requirements in ISQM1 in designing, implementing, operating their quality management systems. The second one would be requirements that are at least as demanding as determined by the local regulators or standard setter. And the third one would be whichever requirements firms determine would work for their purposes, and these are my words, but that they determine to be at least as equivalent, as demanding as SQM1. But then maybe this is maybe I'm not fully understanding, but why would firms not simply go to ISQM1 in really complying with quality management requirements as opposed to going their own way, you know, if that's what I'm understanding in terms of the third option.
Yeah, thank you all for those further comments. So there's a few things that came out. First of all, sorry, I can't see your name from here. I'm so sorry.
Luigi, Andy?
Oh, Luigi. You were asking about having the transparency for quality management, same with ethics, and actually we had put in that level of transparency in reporting requirements, but we hadn't mirrored that for the ethical requirements. So that's why we actually wanted to have greater transparency over the ethics to actually so that they're the same. So we had already covered that, just so to reassure you on that front. And I hear the concern from all three of you around what is that third layer, and it is, we can understand the level of discomfort that you have there, and what it was seeking to address was, as I said earlier, where there was no appropriate authority in that jurisdiction to make that call. And you make a fair point, Ken. We'll just revert to ISQM1 then, but we could have a situation, for example, where a professional body or other appropriate body, I'll just say appropriate body for want of another word at the moment, has an equivalent quality management system that could be applied, and we wanted to allow for that scenario. I don't know if Dan can explain it better than that.
No. I mean, I think on this, the message from all of you is clear. William, we'll take back and have some further discussions. The task force was going to discuss this further anyway, and I know we at some point we'll have our coordination discussions, including with our liaison members. Rich, I think you're still the member, and then some of these concerns can be further aired and discussed there. That there's not I don't think a single solution here, simply because of the fact that some jurisdictions have not adopted ISQM1. So they've got other their own quality management standard, and that kind of fall into bucket 2, I guess, with the appropriate authority. But if you didn't have either of those, and I guess maybe the non-accounting assurance practitioners maybe fall into that bucket, that have something to follow. So there's got to be some way to provide a mechanism for them, for those practitioners to do an analysis and make a determination of at least as demanding. And that's ergo the need for additional guidance and material to help them make that determination. But let's table that, and we'll continue to talk about it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think this is a very important point, and I think that as far as I could read the concerns here around the table, which is a concern that I share. Of course, we need to see it and to see how you draft it and how you put it, but is a concern that this third option might drain the strength and the meaningfulness of the other options, and it may become the option, which should be very concerning. But it's good that you got it, so it's on your side now again. Thank you. Dan and Claire, please.
Thanks. So why don't we go to the next slide? And these couple of next themes I know are of interest and importance to IESBA, and what that's basically the concept of engagement team using the work of others as well as groups. And I'm going to try to do a high-level flyby here in the interest of time, just to highlight some of the key changes from the exposure draft. The first one was respondents supported the notion of another practitioner, but asked for a definition. And so a definition has now been added to the standard of another practitioner. It's when work is done by another firm and the practitioner is intending to use that work as evidence for the sustainability assurance engagement, but is unable to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in the work. In that case, that firm is another practitioner, not a member of the engagement team. So that clarity was added through the definition there. The slide mentions changes to the definition of engagement team. Really, it was just to make it consistent with ISA 220 revised and add the notion of in excluding auditors, internal auditors that provide direct assistance. There were calls for additional guidance on the concept of sufficient involvement. I want to say it's fairly new. It comes from ISA 220. And so there was some application material in 220 that has now been brought into the standard to provide a little more background and guidance on what sufficient involvement means, how a engagement leader can demonstrate being sufficiently involved in the engagement. There was a diagram in the explanatory memorandum that kind of laid out the individuals that might be involved in the engagement and linked to the specific requirements that apply, either engagement team following the requirements for direction, supervision, and review, experts, another practitioner, and that's now been kind of brought into the standard, not the diagram, but paragraph 42 in the standard has been expanded to provide a better roadmap of and link to the relevant requirements. The board, by the way, the IEESB supported all of these changes, but the common theme through everything was when there was anything related to the work of this board, make sure that there was appropriate coordination and collaboration to make concepts, definitions, requirements understandable and consistent as possible. So obviously that's a big part of our coordination efforts going forward. Quickly, with respect to practitioners with experts, the feedback from respondents was, well, the requirements for experts apply equally to either a practitioner's external or internal expert. So that's been, I'll call it neutralized to make it the requirement apply more broadly to an expert. And if there are specific requirements that are directed to external experts, then that's been identified. There has been a requirement brought in from ISA 620 to expand on the evaluation of an expert's work. That was something that respondents thought was missing from the exposure draft, and the task force and board agreed. Regarding another practitioner, there were calls for further guidance, and there were concerns expressed that well, there's lots of practical challenges out there in trying to evaluate the suitability or adequacy of the work of another practitioner when you can't be sufficiently and appropriately involved. The task force acknowledged those challenges, but thought that the fundamental approach in the exposure draft was still applicable. The board agreed. And there have been a couple of tweaks made, including adding or clarifying a requirement that when you can't be sufficiently appropriately involved in the work, or if you can't do alternative procedures on your own, you may be in a position of a scope limitation. That came through as a recommendation from respondents. And then the last point on this one that I will mention is it kind of in the notion of future-proofing the standard. There's a conditional requirement that was added. It's paragraph 51A when you look at it. And to recognize that as sustainability reporting and the ecosystem evolves, it's anticipated that there will be, I'll call it one-to-many assurance reports that will become available, similar to a service organization report under ISA 402 or ISA 3402. And these reports in particular could be a mechanism for value chain entities to address the information needs of reporting entities and their assurance practitioners. And also, when you can't be directly involved in that work, it's one way of the practitioner evaluating the adequacy or looking at the work of the other practitioner. So it's there. The board supported that direction, asked for some tweaks. So there'll be some working of that, and we'd like to discuss that one with our IESBA staff colleagues as well in our one of our next coordination meetings. And maybe I'll just go right on to the next slide, because some of the fundamental concepts of using the work of others apply here too. But I want to give you an idea of where the task force and the board landed with respect to groups. If you recall, in the exposure draft of 5,000, the board took a more principles-based approach and said, they didn't think there was any reason why these principles-based requirements couldn't apply across the board, even to group engagements. And the responses that came back fell into three camps. There were some respondents that agreed and said, yeah, we think the principles-based requirements are sufficient. There was a second camp that said, well, you know what? Those principles can be applied in theory, but we really think some additional guidance is needed in order to effectively apply those requirements, and that guidance could be provided outside of the standard. And then the last camp, and fairly loud voice, was no. You really need some specific group-specific requirements and guidance in the final standard. So the task force talked about that and said, well, it's a question of balance, that in an overarching standard like 5,000, you can't bring in all of the requirements and guidance in ISO 600 for group engagement. So you have to be selective. And so where the task force landed was focusing on the areas that respondents highlighted the most, and there were 6 areas. One was understanding the group, the entity, and the environment. There's already a requirement in the standard to do that, and there may need to be some additional considerations added to the application material there. The second point was judgments about scoping a group engagement. And so a new requirement has been added to develop an overall audit plan and audit strategy or assurance strategy and plan with a conditional requirement that I'll come back to for group engagements that says when you've got information coming from multiple sources, you basically apply the principles of 600, which is figuring out the universe of information, determining where you need to go to obtain evidence to support that information, and then who's going to do the work. Can you, the resources needed? Can you do the work yourself, or do you need to involve others? And that's paragraph 89 and 89A when you look at the draft. Communications among the members of of those involved in the engagement team and others was a big point. So a requirement has been added there, similar to a requirement in a broader requirement in 600. The fourth point was understanding and testing I'll call it the consolidation or aggregation process. And so again, a conditional requirement has been added there when you have that situation of information coming from multiple sources. There were lots of calls from respondents for guidance on how to obtain and evaluate information from the value chain, but not a whole lot of suggestions on how to do it, frankly. So the task force is going to take that up in more detail in April, and we'll come back to the board in June with some additional direction. But at a basic level, the task force and the board concluded that fundamentally the concepts and requirements for value chain are no different than the group. You have to understand where the information is coming from, what evidence you need, and how you're going to go about getting it. And so that's kind of the fundamental notion underlying the requirements that are in there. The sixth point that came through was it not just for groups, but just in general materiality. Anything materiality related, more guidance. The entity's materiality process, the notion of double materiality, the practitioner's consideration of materiality and application of materiality, all of those, and the task force will give more thought to that, but the initial conclusion supported by the board was that additional guidance and examples are best provided outside of the standard, and so that will be a part of the implementation guidance that will be developed. The last point I want to talk with you about, and I know this might, if you go to the next slide, this may engender some initial reactions from you. So I'm gonna caution here first that this is a work in progress. This is a revised version of a diagram that was discussed with the IEESB this week. So no one on the task force other than Josephine, our task force chair, has seen this or reacted to it. The board has not seen it. So please keep that in mind. But I wanted to just talk through a couple of the fundamental principles. This relates back to that paragraph I mentioned, the conditional requirement for developing an overall audit or assurance strategy and plan when you have information coming from multiple sources, including from within the group, as well as from outside the organizational boundary in the value chain. So it starts with the reporting framework. I think as noted in your exposure draft, the reporting framework defines or describes the value chain, right? The value chain can include the entity's own operations as well as upstream or downstream entities. And then the entity's materiality process in identifying the information to be reported in accordance with the framework or the criteria determines what the reporting boundary would be. Consistent with ISO 600, the group audit standard, the notion of components is a practitioner-driven notion. So essentially, it's when you're deciding where you're going to do work, where you need to do work, and who's going to do the work, it's a way of organizing the approach to the engagement is all. So what the task force and the board concluded was a component could be either within the group, within the organizational boundary, or it could be outside. But the likelihood is that components are going to be identified within the group. And therefore, if there's a need to involve another firm, the likelihood and the expectation is that the group practitioner would be able to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in that work if it's within the group. and therefore we're referring to those as component practitioners. However, the task force did not want to preclude the possibility that there could be situations where you could do work in the value chain, maybe one or two steps either up or down the value chain, a material entity, and be able to be sufficiently and appropriately involved in that work. And in that case, you could have component practitioners involved. The further you get up or down the value chain, the less likely it's going to be that the group practitioner would be able to be sufficiently and appropriately involved. And therefore, if you're going to do or use work of another firm, likely going to be another practitioner. So I think what the task force and the board acknowledged was and by the way, what I didn't mention was for groups, in order to provide a foundation for the requirements, there had to be some definitions that were added, including component and component practitioner group sustainability assurance information, sustainability assurance engagement. Those are out there and will continue to be tweaked as the requirements are tweaked. But we know there are some differences here, particularly on component from where this board has landed. I think that the task force still believes that we can find a way to reconcile, but we wanted to give you a flavor for where the task force and the board have landed on this. So that's let me stop there, because that's the last part of.
Yeah, we have, Gabriella was going to say we have one more topic, but I understand if this has, there might be a lot of things that people want to ask.
Okay, thank you. I was looking at, because we have the presentation to the other topics and trying to understand what was the best approach. But yes, we can stop now. And then the other ones, I think that we can go quicker on them. Okay. So questions, comments on this part of the presentation? David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was actually really informative. I have two questions. Maybe one is just a clarification for me. So on the group engagements, I'll start with that one first, since we have the slide. Have you compared the view or the approach you've taken with respect to the reporting boundaries and compared it, for example, to C3D in Europe? So if you look at the due diligence aspects, I'm just trying to get some sense of, is there consistency? Has that been factored in? Do you think there's a conflict? That's my first question. And then the second question I just wanted to get clarification when you mentioned third-party experts. And you made a comment about external versus internal. And I wanted to get clarification what the thinking was on internal experts, because companies have all sorts of employees. And I just wanted to get some sense of what the expectation would be, because obviously a company with employees has HR systems, performance evaluations, etc. What would the disclosure requirement be there, or the assessment documentation need to be there, as opposed to external, which I think is probably more clearer in the minds, certainly, of companies. So those were my two questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, David. Dan and Claire, can we collect one or two more questions? Thank you. Andy, please.
Well, thanks. Actually, thanks for all that. And this is a very meaty topic. But actually, I was trying to catch up on some of the slides. What were 146 responses? How many came from non-PA practitioners, and did they have a particular outlook that separated them from the PA practitioners, especially maybe as it came to these questions you're dealing with? That's my question. You don't have to answer it now, whenever it's appropriate.
So if you don't mind, we will listen to Luigi, and then I'll let you respond. Luigi, please.
I have and thank you for the presentation, because it is very clear, and at least I have a sense where the board is going. On the other end, notwithstanding the clarity, I am still confused, and this is probably my fault. Sorry for that. Because it seems to me, if I understood correctly, that on one side, the board or task force decided not to go deep in the concept of group assurance or value chain performance, the assurance, but to stay at principle level, basically, On the other side, the board or the task force decided to extend the concept of component to the value chain entities and to go on with the with this approach. So I'm really confused on how these two decisions reconcile, considering that if it is to be a professional agnostic principle, we should suppose that no, the sustainability assurance practitioner should not go to the ISO 600 revised to understand how to run this process and how to perform this assurance. So I would expect to have some more detailed guidance on how to perform a group assurance, how to perform assurance work at the value chain. But it seems that the decision was different than that.
Thank you, Luigi. I'll let you probably respond now, and then we still have two questions.
Sure, I can quickly respond. First on David, on the question on reporting boundary, the answer is no. We have not yet gone back. I mean, this was a quick stake in the ground look at how this could be done. The IAASB again had questions about, I mean, where do you stop on all of this between the organizational boundary or going wider into the value chain, the reporting boundary? So we just quickly put this together, and it'll continue to be refined, and we can go back and reconcile it against other things later, and we'll do so. On the experts, and apologies if I introduced any confusion, but the requirement I was talking about was for practitioners, internal and external experts, and not management's experts, which are dealt with separately. So yeah. Andy, on your question, we can go back and give you the specific number, but it was not a large number of responses from non-accounting assurance practitioners, as I recall. Claire, do you have the numbers?
I don't have the numbers in front of me. Sorry, but we overall we're not seeing a lot of inconsistency between the responses.
That's right.
Yeah, between the non-accounting practitioners and the accounting practitioners.
If I looked at your agenda materials, would that have additional information?
Yes.
Yeah, you might have to dig a little deep in the agenda materials, Andy, to find it, but yes, yeah.
3J and I is the place to look.
Yeah.
3J and 3I, it's got very detailed analysis.
It's more information than you would ever want, Ed. Yeah. And then I just on the last point, and again, I mentioned this is all a work in progress. The notion of introducing requirements for groups, I mean, essentially this was indicative drafting that was brought back to the board in March. The first full draft of the standard will come to them in June, so there will be more evolution, and changes to what's there. Yeah, it was a conscious decision not to, overload an overarching standard with specific requirements for groups, because the undertone in the comments from respondents was you need to have something in there in order to better guide a group engagement, but you can't possibly expect the full ISO 600 set of requirements and guidance to be in this standard. So where the task force and the board started was, as I mentioned earlier, let's look at those areas that came through most loudly from respondents, and get some requirements in there, but keep the balance and recognize that additional guidance can be provided later outside of the standard, including the possibility of a separate standard in the ISSA suite for group assurance engagements that could be considered down the road. But there will be implementation guidance developed. Claire if we had time, you were going to talk about that. But and there will be more material on groups there. And so to the other point on evidence from the value chain, one of the aspects of the standard that was not discussed with the board in March was the whole section on obtaining and evaluating evidence. So as a part of the task force discussions in April leading up to the June meeting, there will be further consideration of how that's done, guidance, hopefully some examples. As I mentioned, we're going to have to rely on our board and practitioners and others to provide some examples, because the comment letters were a little bit short on giving specifics.
Okay, then thank you very much. We still have 2 questions. We are running a little bit late, but let's extend this session for 10 minutes more or so, if possible, so that we can get to the end of the presentation, but also gather the necessary questions. Tom, are you please?
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Claire, for the presentation. About the use of experts, I think that IESBA added to consider further about requirements of using the work of expert and evaluation. I think this is a critical point for IESBA as well, because maybe there may be a case where we can't confirm the objectivity of the expert, but that may not impact the quality of the audit or such kind of situation. So I think this is a valid point. And also for the chart on page 12, the value chain, the scope of value chain and the reporting boundary might not be the same, I think is a good point to consider. And this picture looks helpful to further consider that point. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabriela, and I'll be brief. And I think this whole area clearly done and Claire will merit, I suppose, closer study on IESBA's side in terms of how you're going forward with the incorporation of the concept of value chain within the concept of a component. And we're going to have to really understand the implications, and importantly, whether there's going to be any potential for confusion from the independence perspective, because we have very specific independence requirements that are directed at assurance practitioners that are carrying work at the components, and also equally on the audit side, we're going to have to think about equivalence and so forth. But I suppose I had one question that's kind of a bit related to what Luigi has said, and that's related to one of the proposals we have in our proposed IESA, which might have read about in our section 5406 that addresses using the work of another practitioner. Sorry, 547, that addresses the independence considerations relative to value chain entities. There is one scenario that we built in that it goes along the lines that it's not so much that the firm is going to be using the work of another practitioner who would have done some assurance work at the value chain entity, or that the firm itself would have done the work at the value chain entity, but that the firm would be carrying out procedures on information about the value chain entity or relative to the value chain entity that is provided by the sustainability assurance client itself. So in other words, there's no firm that's actually doing work at the value chain entity, but the value chain entity has provided information or has fed information upstream to the reporting entity, and therefore the firm, as the one that's reporting on the sustainability information, is carrying out assurance work on that information that's provided just within the entity itself. So is this an approach that's been thought about in your deliberations at your task force or at the board level, or are you just thinking about assurance work that's going to be performed either by the firm itself or by another practitioner, be there under direction, supervision, and review, or not?
I would say, Ken, there have been some discussions about the scenario that you mentioned. It bears further discussion, and I think we should have collaborative discussion on that point. I mean, as well as a number of things, as you mentioned, with respect to the value chain. But yeah, your scenario did come up, but it needs to be discussed further.
Okay, thank you. Then any response to Tomoyo from your side? No, for the first question.
No, other
Okay.
than good points, and we can take them back and add it to the long laundry list that the task force has to consider.
Yes, very briefly, just to if you could consider that, I understand that the component is an entity for the assurance strategy and organization of work. If there could be a differentiation between a component and a value chain component, it would help articulate both of our standards, yes, without impairing the notion of component and making the link with the value chain component, what is common to that, etc. But if you have those two notions, it would help have a really coherent standards.
Thank you for that, Christelle. And I'm only smiling because that's where we started, and the board was confused by having the separate concepts of group component and value chain component, and we evolved to this. But look, let's by all means we'll have further discussions with staff, and if we think there's merit in going back to where we were, then we'll do our best to sell that to the task force and the board.
Thank you. If you could very quickly go through the last two slides.
Yes, thanks very much, Gabriella. I'll be quick, and I'm sure that, well, there may not be questions, and that's fine. At least you'll know what we're going to cover. So next slide, please. So the further area that we thought was relevant to IESBA was came under our other matters question. A couple of things came up. One we didn't want to discuss today because we didn't think it was so relevant, is other information and how the practitioner deals with that. So putting that aside, with this connectivity with the financial statement auditor is a critical piece and is coming up quite often. We heard from respondents that they that there should be, that some respondents thought there should be a requirement for the practitioner to communicate with the auditor the financial statements unless prohibited by law or regulation. Now, this arose most frequently in the context of other information that's reported with the sustainability information. And just to give you context, I'm sure many of you are aware the practitioner is required and is in ED 5000 as well, to read and consider the other information that is available to them that will be reported with the sustainability information they've assured. So this other information will often include the financial statements. So, so it's understandable that respondents are asking for the communication on that other information, because if the practitioner found an inconsistency, a material inconsistency between what they've assured in the sustainability information and the financial statements, that could, obviously be an issue and need to come out in their report unless it could be resolved. So essentially, the board discussed that this week, and they have asked us to go away, the task force to go away and develop a condition requirement they thought would be appropriate for the practitioner to communicate, be required to communicate with the auditor of the financial statements if there was a material inconsistency identified by them. So only in those circumstances would that requirement kick in. Of course, it would have to be unless, prohibited by law or regulation, because there's some confidentiality issues in particular jurisdictions. They did consider whether a broader requirement was needed for communication between the financial state of the practitioner and the auditor, and didn't think that would be, thought that would be too onerous to require that in every instance. Particularly, we might have circumstances where there's a very narrow scope engagement. So focusing just on the other information and material inconsistencies, the board noted, and the task force noted for the board, the IESBA, the confidentiality requirements within your draft, the ED of IESSA, your IESSA, which allows for exceptions to confidentiality requirements where the practitioner can disclose or use confidential information where there's a legal or professional duty to do so. So we felt that this kind of requirement could link in and would be possible for the practitioner without breaching those fundamental principles of the code. There was some extra things that the board's asked us to think about, what extra steps would have to occur before the practitioner goes off and talks to the auditor. They need to talk to the client, you know, reconcile those inconsistencies if possible, et cetera, et cetera. So there's other steps between there, not just run straight to the auditor. And so that sort of wraps up the areas that we thought of interest and relevance to IESBA, and the areas that we plan to move forward with in discussions with your team, your staff team, and the board liaison members. And we have flagged, and perhaps if we can move to the next slide, in our discussions with your staff, we very much wanting to move forward as a working group. We want to work very closely together to come up with recommendations of how some of these issues of coordination can be resolved. And it doesn't necessarily mean things are identical between the code and ISSA 5000, but they need to be complementary and coherent and understandable. We recognise that, so do your staff from our discussions, and we want to work together to come up with some solutions now. And we realise that may have to be a little bit more when you've got your comments come through, because that's going to impact your board's deliberations on what works for the code. So there's some coordination ahead. So just very, very briefly on the slide, what you see, obviously the coordination that is ongoing, and we'll certainly need to step that up and involve our liaison members as well in supporting, you know, or agreeing to whatever we're recommending as the solutions to some of these issues. We are right now, you know, continuing with developing amendments to our exposure draft. We were responding to this week's board decisions and directions. We will be working on the other 12 questions that I mentioned and bringing back recommendations for those at our June meeting. Our June meeting will involve a full read of the revised standard. We are very much looking at that meeting of bottoming out all the directions from the board, being very clear about our way forward, so that for September meeting, we are very much aiming for an approval at that meeting, and that's very, very important for our stakeholders that we achieve that approval. So June will be a critical meeting in order to set us up for September. We then have the PIOB approval, et cetera, and we are hoping for the final standard to be published by the end of the year. And I'll mention one final thing, which is in parallel to that. Dan did mention that we are developing first-time implementation guidance, and that guidance we plan to publish at the same time as the standard. That is what we're working towards. And just to flag that in conjunction with the release of the standard, as per our usual practice, we will release basis for conclusions and a fact sheet, you know, sort of at a glance type of documents, and following on. So next year and following on from that, we have the opportunity to provide further non-authoritative guidance, say on scope and applicability, quality management that Dan mentioned, and FAQs. So there's other options going forward after that, and we haven't formulated exactly what those will be. We want to get through the first time implementation guide first. So thank you so much for having us, and that wraps it up. And I don't think we need the final slide because we've had all the questions, hopefully.
Thank you very much, Claire and Dan. And yes, we don't have much more time unless there is a burning question or comment. Okay, Kit.
Sorry, just one very quick, I hope it's a very quick question. So you're giving consideration to the communication to the auditor, where there's something that the auditor needs to be aware of for financial statements that the systemic insurance practitioner may have identified. What about in the other direction? Is consideration being given to whether the auditor should have to communicate back to the sustainability assurance practitioner if they've identified information that is relevant to the systemic insurance practitioner? I know you can't sort of, in a practical way, amend the ISAs at this stage, but you could possibly cover it up by having something like this sustainability assurance practitioner writing to the auditor and saying, by the way, is there anything we should be aware of?
Yeah, thanks. And no, we're focusing on this stand at the moment, but it's a really good point. It's a valid point. Thanks so much, Keith.
Yeah, no, this has been brilliant that we've been able to speak with members directly, and I just would love to see additional time on our agenda in June that we have this member-to-member communication. I would wish we had more time now, so would love to have more time in June for this. Thank you.
Point taken. Again, we will have to reserve time in the agenda, and if, of course, the IESBA will be available. But yes, closing this session. Thank you so much for this presentation, for your availability, and for the very clear and well-structured presentation. We understand that you have prepared at least part of it on the fly after the deliberations of the board or discussions of the board 1 day ago or 2 days ago. So thanks for that as well. And I can only reinforce what was said by Andy, which I think reflects the sentiment of this group, which is these conversations are extremely useful. Does not mean that we don't see any issues here on which we will have to reflect and work together. The coordination was always key, but it will be more than ever critical for the success of both, I'm sure, not only of the IESBA project, but of the IESB project. Let's see what happens after we see which the responses that we will get. There can be mutual impacts, so the coordination going forward is even more important. And of course, I think that even if we will try to have a meaningful session in June. Nothing prevents the board members from, namely through Rich, who is our contact point with the IESB board, to communicate and try to solve problems going forward. Of course, in coordination with the staff, because they need to know what's going on, and this is absolutely important. So thank you so much, Dan and Claire, for this session, and thank you for the board members for the attention paid to the presentation and the questions made. So we are a bit late. I suggest that we meet at 11. Is it reasonable? Okay. Oh, we have a speaker. Okay. So then we'll have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
What I was going to suggest to the board that the board reconvenes at 10:50, so about 15-minute break.
Okay. Okay. 50.
No, yeah, 15 minutes break.
Thank you very much for being back after this unfortunately not too long break, but we need to recover the delay on the last session. First, let me welcome Bruce Vivian from the principal from IFAC on the education side, and of course welcome and thank Mrs. Anne-Marie Vital, who is the chair of the IFAC International Panel on Accountancy Education, who will provide a presentation on the proposed revisions to the international education standards. Anne-Marie, thank you very much for being with us, and welcome to the board, and Bruce as well. And without any other delay, I'll give the floor to Bruce. Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, please, to receive your presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And good morning, everyone. Gabriella, I really appreciate you giving us an opportunity to present to IESBA. Now with me today, as mentioned, is Bruce Vivian, who does lead accountancy education at IFAC. And Michelle Cardwell, I believe, is also on the phone. And she's new to IFAC staff and is also an expert in standard setting. We're delighted to have her. I would like to first acknowledge and thank the International Panel on Accountancy Education, IPAE, or the panel, and the members and their significant contributions to the Sustainability Reporting Project, and specifically the Sustainability Reporting Working Group that's comprised of Greg Owens, Sue Fliss, Adriana Popa, Yoichi Mori, Nadine Cater, Stacey Ann Golding, and Innocent Okwaza. Now, today we're going to provide an update. If you can go to the next slide. Today we're going to provide an update on the panel's Sustainability Reporting Project and discuss possible ways of future collaboration between the panel and IESBA. Next slide, please. The international standards on education, or the IESs, are interrelated and are considered throughout one's professional career. This consists of initial professional development, or IPD, and continuing professional development, or CPD. Because the standards center on demonstrating professional competency by the end of IPD, there's also a standard related to formal assessments. Now, for background, there's several underlying concepts. The standards are based on learning outcomes, which means we do not focus on the method of learning, but rather the depth of knowledge, understanding, and application required for specific competency areas. And IPD is not limited to formal education programs and includes workplace activities. Moreover, IES 5, practical experience, sets forth the requirement to complete practical experience by the end of IPD. Next slide, please. Now, the intersection and inseparable link between the IESs and the code centers on professional competence. The IESs define professional competence as the ability to perform a role to a defined standard. It is the integration and application of technical competence, professional skills, and professional values, ethics, and attitudes. Now, this definition is aligned with the code's professional competence fundamental principle, which, as you know, is to attain and maintain professional knowledge and skill at the level required to ensure that a service or employing organization receives competent professional service based on current technical and professional standards and relevant legislation. The IES and the code's integration is exemplified in IES 4, Professional Values, Ethics, and Attitudes, which contains an ethical principles competency area. Now, let me give you a few examples of what those learning outcomes are associated with this competency area. And these are the existing learning outcomes. Identify threats to compliance with the fundamental principles of ethics. Evaluate the significance of threats to compliance with the fundamental principles and respond appropriately. Apply fundamental principles of ethics when collecting, generating, storing, accessing, using, or sharing data and information, and apply the relevant ethical requirements to professional behavior in compliance with standards. Now, IES 4 defines relevant ethical requirements to those to which professional accountants are subject, which comprise the IESB code, together with any national requirements that are more restrictive. Now, we are evaluating proposed revisions to certain of these ethics-related learning outcomes, but they do not represent a substantive change to expectations of aspiring professional accountants. Now, we know that the erosion of trust due to reliance on inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading sustainability disclosures are several of the risks that are mitigated by accountants who demonstrate professional competency to perform high-quality services, whether as an accountant in business or an accountant in public practice. Next slide, please. Accordingly, the Sustainability Reporting Project directed its attention to the following IESs that represent a global baseline for the minimum competency areas to be demonstrated by aspiring professional accountants by the end of IPD. IES 2, technical competence. IES 3, professional skills, and IES 4, professional values, ethics, and attitudes. Now, the Sustainability Reporting Project did not include IES 8, professional competence for engagement partners responsible for audits of financial statements in its scope. And we expect this IES will be subject to a future project. Now, the panel's evaluation of the current environment related to sustainability is aligned with the findings of IESBA as disclosed in your explanatory memorandum. In sum, we concluded to pursue a sustainability reporting project based on our consideration of public information related to ESG and investor expectations, funding in organizations supporting the sustainability ecosystem, sustainability reports and other publicly available information. For example, risk committee charters that oversee sustainability reporting. The demand for sustainability reporting as presented in a wide variety of surveys, the then draft IFRS S1 and S2, and our collective knowledge and experience in the area of sustainability. Indeed, the proposed IESBA exposure draft, subsection 5113, professional competence and due care, can be seen conceptually to form part of the education standards. In addition, the requirement to attain and maintain professional knowledge and skills is the application of interpersonal, communication, and organizational skills. Our sustainability reporting project focused on the competence areas and the associated outcomes that in effect provide the what when complying with the proposed IESA. Now, in order to effectively gather information during our outreach activities with stakeholders that we recognized had varying sustainability maturity levels, we developed a framework. Next slide, please. The objective of this framework was to achieve two things. Number one, demonstrate that we as accountants have transferable competencies to dispel the notion that our profession needs a new DNA, and to provide a framework on which to tether the input that was received. I'm going to walk through these four key themes. They're business acumen, behavioral competence, technical expertise, and ethical values and ethical behaviors and professional values. Now, we took this what hasn't changed and what's new approach to demonstrate the transferability of our core competencies. And this provide direction towards those areas where we can enhance and build on our existing competencies. So let me walk through each of these in a little bit more detail. Business acumen, let me focus on what hasn't changed. We obtain an understanding and we evaluate business models. Business models continue to change, impacting how vendors, employees, and customers interact and how business is conducted and measured. As accountants, we understand regulatory, industry, and other external factors in an organization's operating environment. We evaluate the impact of strategic business decisions to assess the risk of material misstatement to financial information and reporting. And we are also responsible for developing or evaluating an entity's response to risk, including a risk assessment process that identifies changes in the business that could have a significant impact on financial reporting, and identifying and analyzing significant risks of fraudulent financial reporting. So what's new? The likely breadth and depth of understanding governance, strategy, and risk, and whether related disclosure is a complete, neutral, and accurate depiction of sustainability-related financial information. What's also new is obtaining sufficient understanding to evaluate the adequacy of governance disclosures, including the entity's development of knowledge-based assets. Obtaining understanding of business strategy is not new. What is new is long-term strategic measurement. For example, evaluating and measuring progress on achieving climate-based targets well into the future, 10 to 20 years from now. And one can see that what hasn't changed and what's new is consistent with the proposed IESA, specifically applying knowledge that is relevant to a particular sustainability assurance client's industry's business activities in order to properly identify risks of material misstatement. Now, behavioral competence. Existing behavioral competence includes, which we all know and can relate to, analytical thinking, resilience, flexibility, agility, curiosity, and lifelong learning, which is how we effectively respond to an environment of rapid technological change, changing macro trends, and changing expectations by employees, investors, and customers. In addition, intellectual agility is a core skill for all accountants, which means we embrace new and alternative ways of working and adapting to changing circumstances quickly. Now, we expect that there'll be a greater emphasis on self-learning. We all have a responsibility to be professionally competent. Applying professional skepticism and judgment to a new subject matter will be new. Now, IES4, Professional Values, Ethics, and Attitudes, sets 4 learning outcomes for professional skepticism and professional judgment. And one learning outcome is to apply a questioning mindset to critically assess financial information and other relevant data. Now, the concepts underlying this learning outcome are not new, but when applied to a new subject area, different types of questions can emerge. For example, can you evaluate whether changes in emissions for an entity is reasonable? What's considered contrary evidence to disclose strategic goals, long-term cash flow projections, or changes in emission rates? And this behavioral competence area is also consistent with the IESBA, specifically applying relevant knowledge when critically assessing whether evidence is sufficient and appropriate in the circumstances. IES2, technical competence, contains learning outcomes that are also aligned with sustainability-related disclosures. For example, analyzing the adequacies of systems, processes, and controls for collecting, generating, storing, accessing, using, or sharing data and information. Now, for this learning outcome, we are recommending the inclusion of reporting to provide an appropriate focus to encompass sustainability disclosures. Now, as accountants, we can analogize to financial statement concepts. For example, the financial statement assertion of completeness is relevant to financial statements, but also when you think about the environment and the boundaries for sustainability-related reporting. Now, obtain an understanding of processes and controls. That is not new, whether you're a professional accountant in practice or a professional accountant in business. And we can leverage these controls and this understanding from financial transactions to sustainability-related financial information. This brings up the key concept of integrated thinking when we approach and when we evaluated the proposed revisions to our IESs, which Bruce will talk about a little bit later. Now, as accountants in business, you may be reviewing the disclosure related to significant concentrations that pose a greater near-term financial risks, such as accounts receivable or revenue concentrations with a single customer. This is something we're all very familiar with. But what is different is reviewing the disclosure about the current and anticipated effects of significant sustainability risks on an entity's business model, including concentrations in the value chain. For example, in geographical areas, facilities, or types of assets. This is all new for us. In addition, we'll need to understand science-based metrics, causes and sources, and likelihood of physical risks. Now, I will say we understand the flow of information and data related to financial reporting. That's a competency that we have. What's going to change, though, is understanding energy flows and emission sources. Additionally, we're going to need to ask ourselves, are the uncertainties associated with reported quantities? So now we've entered into both scientific and estimation uncertainties. Now, one thing which you're all very familiar with is the use of specialists or experts will become increasingly important. The fundamental expectations do not change. For example, we evaluate their competency, we evaluate the data, significant assumptions, and methods used. But with the increased involvement of a specialist or an expert, there is an increased risk and the possibility of over-reliance on an external expert or specialist. And when we can see those risks being identified and addressed, and IESBA is using the work of an external expert exposure draft. Now, we also know there's going to be more emphasis on information obtained from external sources. By way of an example, an entity's carbon footprint can be obtained from a third-party source that states its assessments are underpinned by the use of internationally recognized emission factors databases, including the use of an ISO standard. But obtaining third-party information on which we rely is not new to us. We always are required to evaluate the relevancy and the reliability of information from external sources that have a financial statement impact. What is new is applying the concepts of sustainability that impact measurements and disclosures. So for example, how are we applying due care? Do we understand the methods used and the information and its application from this external source? Do we understand the assumptions and the other data applied by this external information and source as well? Next slide, please. Now, ethical behaviors. Expectations of ethical behaviors are not new for accountants. And in particular, we are expected to adhere to the fundamental principles, which, as discussed, include professional competence and due care. The overarching theme is nothing has changed. Rather, the environment in which aspiring professional accountants will operate may create different types of ethical considerations. But what is new because of this new environment? There's a possible increased risk of management bias, where there are new pressures to achieve disclosed long-term strategic commitments. There are examples today where companies may exaggerate or overstate the environmental and sustainability aspects of their products and services, or they may make unsupported claims about their environmental or sustainability actions. And we know that investors' concerns over this greenwashing erode trust in what companies say about how they are addressing the sustainability risks and opportunities facing their business. So what does this mean? It means we need to understand what is being reported, how it was developed. Is the information reliable? Is it relevant? Or contrary decisions, assumptions, and models that are used in financial reporting? And similar to financial reporting, misleading sustainability disclosures could be the result of inadequate processes, controls, and unreliable data, inadvertent greenwashing, or possibly due to incentives and pressures when intent may be involved, and the risk of fraud related to greenwashing. I would say in sum, one can see the interconnectedness between the proposed IESBA and the current and the proposed revisions to IES 2, 3, and 4 in the area of sustainability. In line with IESBA, we recognize that sustainability assurance engagements must be completed and underpinned with the same high standards of competency for audits of financial information. We recognize that sustainability reporting related activities performed by professional accountants in business also require this high level of competence. We focused equally on an agnostic framework, but with a scope and emphasis on reliable and decision useful information, and specifically for investors. The current and proposed IES revisions are not linked to a specific role or output of an activity or group of activities. As stated previously, the IESs are the minimum requirements across multiple competency areas that must be demonstrated by the end of initial professional development. Now, we define a professional accountant as an individual who achieves, demonstrates, and further develops professional competence to perform a role in the accountancy profession, and who is required to comply with a code of ethics as directed by a professional accountancy organization or a licensing authority. However, I do want to leave you with this one last point. We do not limit ethics to only professional accountants. as presented, IES 2, 3, and 4, which relate to IPD, include an ethics competency area and the expectation that aspiring professional accountants are moving towards achieving the expectations by demonstrating their learning outcomes in the ethics arena. So those are the end of my prepared remarks, but what I'd like to do now is turn over to Bruce. Bruce is going to present on the specifics of the sustainability reporting project, but also lead us through a discussion about potential future collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne-Marie, and thank you, Gabriela, and the whole board and everyone here today for this opportunity. If we can just move to the next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly just run you through a bit of what we've done so far in this project, and what some of the revisions are that are coming down the pipe. And then, as Anne-Marie said, we'll talk a little bit about collaboration between our two groups. So this is the first real big project that we've done on IES revisions since the old International Accounting Education Standards Board was dissolved in favor of our new approach to accountancy education at IFAC. So we needed to be very careful that as we went down this project, that we made sure that we still maintained the integrity of our due process for the education standards, even though they are now in-house within IFAC. The panel supports us in that process under the oversight of the IFAC board. But in going down this route, and because of this wider approach we have to accountancy education now, we were able to conduct what was for education standards an unprecedented amount of outreach and information gathering activities in support of this project. And this is a snapshot that you see on the screen. I'll just highlight three aspects. One, we had extensive stakeholder outreach to all the standard setting boards within our ambit, all the IFAC advisory groups, as well as over 70 individual moments of stakeholder interaction. And this covered preparers, auditors, investors, regulators, PAOs, academics, and sustainability experts. So real broad-based and global outreach. We commissioned an academic literature review. And when I say academic, it was done by an academic. It did focus on academic literature, but also literature coming from the profession, from large professional bodies around the world, as well as from firms. So it tried to be a bit broader than just purely academic literature. And that was published in January. I believe there's a link to it in your paper that we shared ahead of this meeting. And then I just want to highlight our global survey as well. We conducted a global survey, which was translated into 4 different languages, and that received over 300 responses from 78 countries. So this all helped to really give us a huge amount of information and perspective from around the world on what changes we may want to consider. And I would say largely that a lot of what that did was to affirm some of the initial thinking of the working group and of the panel, but we certainly learned a number of things. I want to also just acknowledge the IESBA staff who helped us in this process, and they were one of the groups that we engaged as part of our stakeholder outreach. If we can move on to the next slide, please. All of that led to the moment where the education panel agreed that we did need to move forward with authoritative revisions to the education standards. And so we've been on a process since November of drafting those revisions together with the Sustainability Working Group. We've kind of had these 4 main principles that have guided us as we've gone through that. A big emphasis on the what's new, which you heard Anne-Marie talking extensively about, trying to make sure that what is new, that comes through in the revisions that we make. An integrated approach. So there was a temptation to just deal with sustainability as a standalone topic and add on, if you will. But we felt that was not going to be helpful and not going to speak to the integrated way that sustainability disclosure should be playing within an organization. And we recognize that sustainability affects many aspects of what we do as accountants, not just on the reporting side and the assurance side, but also in your internal management reporting, in your decision making within the organization, business strategy, governance, internal controls. And so we've tried to ensure that we can embed sustainability throughout the education standards. Anne-Marie mentioned this concept that the IESs are a global baseline for initial professional development predominantly. And so we had to be careful. There's, again, the temptation to try to make sustainability experts out of all accountants. And that was not considered the right approach. So we've had to be careful about how far can you go at the point that somebody becomes a professional accountant. And then consistency, and this is where our engagements with the IESBA staff have been critical, both at that early phase in our information gathering, but also we've had an opportunity to engage with the staff on the draft revisions that we have to make sure that the language you are using is consistent wherever possible and appropriate with the extant code, but also the revisions that you've proposed in your current consultation. As Anne-Marie said, though, we are framework agnostic, so we recognize that, but we still wanted to have consistency with the key, whether it's the code, whether it's the ISSB standards or ISSA 5000 proposed. Try to make sure that our language dovetails nicely into those frameworks. If we can move to the next slide, please. So just, we're not going to take you through the detail of the revisions. That's not the purpose today. The exposure draft will come out near the end of April, and we hope that some of you may have the opportunity to engage with that and even consider responding, if appropriate, to the consultation. But some of the major themes that are coming through, and you'll hear this echoing some of what Anne-Marie spoke about. The idea of multidisciplinary teams working with others, and just in general, in all the decision-making we do, considering a variety of perspectives and inputs, has really been a big emphasis that's come through. And it's come through in a number of areas, from a behavioral perspective, from professional skepticism perspective, and even just in the way business runs. So we've embedded that throughout and tried to cover this concept as much as possible. It's not that it's new, but it's in a sense enhanced because of the increased level of the greater number of disciplines that are going to be around the table, for example, on an assurance engagement or within a reporting organization, the types of people who are involved in the preparation of those disclosures. The concepts, some of the new concepts that we heard coming through that certainly we wouldn't necessarily have covered in the existing standards are things like understanding value chains, scenario analysis, and systems thinking. And so these are concepts that we've brought in, particularly into IES2 around the technical skills that are required of an accountant. We have created a new competence area for assurance, and a competence area in the way our standards work. We have our standards, and the ones that have learning outcomes is IES 2, 3, and 4. Within each of those, there's a table of learning outcomes. And those have little subheadings, which we call competence areas. So there's one to do with reporting. There's one to do with currently audit and assurance. We chose to separate out the concept of assurance. We were dealing with it in a very light way in the extant standards. And given the move towards sustainability assurance, but also just the importance of other types of assurance engagements, we felt that it needed its own emphasis. So it's not a new sustainability area, but really bringing greater focus to assurance. So we've introduced that, and we place an emphasis in there on learning outcomes that equip an aspiring professional accountant to be able to not just do traditional audit of financial statements, but also other types of assurance engagements, especially sustainability assurance. And then this concept of intellectual curiosity and adaptability, and these are not new concepts. They are not things that we were calling out directly in our standards, but they were certainly there and you could read them in. But we have heard that, as much as it's impossible to become a sustainability specialist or expert in all areas, there is a need in whatever sector you're working, whatever type of engagement you're on from an assurance perspective, or whatever organization you're working in as a professional accountant in business. You need to be curious about that industry, about the particular sustainability risks and opportunities that exist within the context of those engagements or organizations. And it's just this, it almost goes beyond just a commitment to lifelong learning, but really being wanting to be curious constantly in what we do. And then adaptable, because it's a fast changing space. Standards are new, the areas that we're reporting on are new. some of the things that might appear in sustainability disclosures in the next couple of years could be different to what might appear in 5 years' time. And so this adaptability and willingness to constantly be curious and learn, we've called out a bit more explicitly in some of the revisions. We could move to the next slide, please. We are revising our standards. We will put out that exposure draft, as I say, towards the end of next month. But we've also been committed, and this is part of, I suppose, IFAC's new approach to accountancy education, to make sure that there is thought leadership coming out of this project as well. And we've got the ability to be quite flexible in terms of the type of thought leadership we put out. So we had Anne-Marie who did a great video that was introducing the framework she was speaking about earlier, as that was at the start when we were just beginning our information gathering activities. We had the literature review, which is the big one in the middle there, that was published. We did an article just alongside the IESBA to talk about the 5,000 exposure draft and what that might mean for education. And this is something I'll talk about on the final slide in a moment, about how we could cooperate with IESBA as well. But the idea is really to ensure the education community is engaged in that consultation, but also that they're thinking about what is this going to mean in the classroom in terms of what they're going to be teaching in the future. And in the next week or so, we hope, depending on how things progress, we'll be putting out a short 2-page document which summarizes what we've learned from our information gathering activities and is a precursor to what will come in the standards in the exposure draft. And we hope to put out other guidance and thought leadership continuing out of this project. Particularly, I mentioned, on assurance, I said that new competence area, we have to be careful about how far we go on that, because not every accountant's necessarily going to need to be at an advanced level on sustainability assurance, but we want to put out guidance that demonstrates what learning outcomes look like for those more advanced levels. So things like that, we're looking for opportunities to put out additional guidance around the standards that we'll be issuing. Now, if we can move to the next slide, which I think is the final one yet. So part of where this conversation started was when we had a chance to chat with Ken and Linda in the office and just talking about this opportunity today, which we're very grateful for, but also reflecting on how the education panel, and to be honest, the wider work of IFAC on accountancy education can partner and cooperate with IESBA. And we discussed a number of different areas. I mentioned in my previous slide that single article we did in support of ISSA 5000. We'd love to do something similar around your consultation, and we're hoping to get some work going on that soon, but we'd want to work quite closely with the staff on that. But there could be other opportunities, and this is where, when it comes to opportunities for us to put something out, if there is something that's coming up in your discussions and deliberations where perhaps you are proposing revisions, but you're thinking, this is going to be really hard for the education community, please tell us about that. Let's engage, let's talk, because perhaps there's something we can do in support of what you're doing to start preparing the education community for those shifts and making sure that what they teach is aligned to the spirit of what you're trying to do here. We spoke a bit about this idea around case studies or real life examples of particularly around ethical issues that are going to come up in the sustainability space. And so this is an area we'd be happy to explore with you around how we could work together to have examples out there that the education community could lean on around practical ethical dilemmas that might be encountered in the sustainability space or in other areas. So this is an area to explore. And then any other opportunities to co-develop guidance for our respective audiences, we would be open to. But I guess part of the conversation today, Gabriela, is also, is there other opportunities that you see? How do these sit with you in terms of areas we can cooperate? The invitation is really open, that we want to work together and support your work. And we see our role in education as a key part of the adoption, not so much the adoption, but the implementation of the code around the world, and a key component of that. Anne-Marie, I don't know if you want to just make a couple of concluding remarks before we open up for discussion.
Brian, thanks so much for that, Bruce. I greatly appreciate it. And I do want to pose an ask of the board. I am requesting that each of you provide or comment on our exposure draft. And whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, I know you all appreciate the importance of having the public comment, to having the transparency. And that's an important part of our due process, just like it's an important part of yours, notwithstanding the education standards are now housed under IFAC. So it is a request and an ask I have of each of you. Short, long, indifferent, any input from you and your organization will be greatly appreciated. But secondarily, I do hope you've seen the integration, because it's very clear in our minds, the integration and the support and the symbiotic overlap between the code and between accountancy education, and specifically as it relates to expectations on competencies. And so if there is an opportunity to partner with you, and that can take any forms, we do want to make sure that you're aware of, as Bruce very clearly presented and very helpfully, that we're looking to do that. Why? Because we think that will help the individual who will be performing the service. While our focus is to assist educators, employers, and others by setting forth learning outcomes, make no mistake, these are what are expected to be achieved by the individual. And I think working together collectively will increase the ability and the competency of the individuals that are performing the service, that will be applying a skeptical mindset, they'll be challenged and appropriately deal with ethical dilemmas. And hence the reason we're looking forward to something this, because I think it's going to achieve a common objective that we have. And Gabrielle, with that, I'll turn it over to you and Bruce, if there is any thoughts or ideas or any reactions that you'd like to give to Bruce and myself and Michelle, who's on the line. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne-Marie and Bruce. This was a very good presentation, and I think that this can be the start of a different way of working together at a phase of our project and of our strategy as a board, where the issue of education, capacity building, implementation is absolutely critical. So we will. I listened listen to the offer you made, Bruce, and I will not forget it. So be sure that we will use it and that we will ask for your help, support, and collaboration in that respect. It's just a matter of putting in place some effective and efficient ways of connecting with you and see exactly what we need and what can come out from this collaboration. So thank you very much for this presentation and for your openness.
Thank you.
And I see that we have some board members and staff wanting to make questions or comments. So Laurie, I think you were the first, please.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I thought it was fantastic. One thing that came to mind when I was listening is the very prevalent and stubborn, unfortunately stubborn cheating scandals that have been sort of sweeping around the globe. And I know that regulators are very concerned about this. I know, the PCAOB has gotten a lot of press, but it isn't just the PCAOB. We've seen geographically, this is very diverse and dispersed also by level. We've seen some very senior people caught up in this and have lost their jobs, et cetera. I guess my question is, this seems to be stubborn and somewhat prevalent. It impacts both external professional exams and assessments and I think internal exams which support maintenance of licenses, but also certification to do certain types of work within firms. Have you thought of in your project and in your exposure draft of, are there ways that IFAC can pick up anything to support some of the key messages or activities that would get people's heads in the right place around appropriate behavior in the education and the learning and development exam taking process? I don't know. It struck me as an opportunity maybe to support that, because this is a widespread issue, right? At this point, we've all sort of discovered that this goes deep and wide and it has to get fixed. It's very damaging, I think, to the credibility, both of the view of professional competence as well as the actual professional competence of people if they're actually cheating. the what's new section was what prompted me when I saw your slide.
Great. Lori, thank you for that. Gabriella, if you'd like, I can go ahead and take and respond to that now, if that's effective for you. Lori, it's good to see you. So you bring up a point that is obviously well known by everyone, and we recognize that it erodes trust in our profession. And also it's, frankly, as a audit partner, it's disappointing, to say the least, when you see these type of behaviors, irrespective of where they're occurring. So let me step back here. From an IES perspective, there is an IES, it's IES 6 on assessments. That IES is in the process of being updated, but really modernization of language. And it sets forth the expectations when there is a formal assessment. So think about the equivalent in the USA of the CPA exam. So it's really a formal assessment or assessments, right, depending on the region and the jurisdiction of how they administer them or make the determination of when someone is moving from IPD. They take an assessment, if you will, to demonstrate they have achieved kind of the minimum thresholds and requirements, and now they're a professional accountant. So that does talk about, I would say, fundamental principles, which include integrity, not integrity in terms of the individual, but also integrity of the assessment. Is the right person taking it? Are they exhibiting the right behaviors? So it touches upon the point, but not directly. But Laura, I think you bring up a great point in terms of an IFAC support of this. And I do think education is key here, because when the messaging to the individual is this assessment helps you learn, this assessment is part of your journey, this assessment will actually help you when you are performing your service. You'll be less frustrated, higher quality. Whoever you're performing it for, a client, et cetera, is going to be more satisfied and appreciate the efforts you're doing. And I think if the messaging can be made to demonstrate the benefits of it, I think that will go a long way. And I think that's something we'll take away. I do want to make an emphasis here that in most instances that you described, I'd say, Lori, it wasn't so much that the assessments were designed to test competency. That really is like the CPA exam that does test competency. But rather we're focused on the integrity side of it. So did someone act with integrity when the expectation was for the design of that training, whether internal or external, that it was done appropriately in accordance with the requirements of that assessment, pardon me. So thank you. And yes, I think it's a great takeaway in terms of what IFAC might be able to achieve to reinforce the benefits to an individual, to a professional accountant, of taking an assessment with integrity. So thank you for that, and a great point.
Thank you, Anne-Marie and Lori. Vanya, please.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. It's so good to see you and Bruce here. For a long time, I have been following the educational panel, and it's very good to see that you are finally open a project to make some change since the Educational Standards Board was extinguished. So it's a pleasure to see many of the questions that you asked during CRECE being answered in this project. And I just want to echo Gabriella's position that it will be very important for us to have this collaboration with the educational panel, because if you have excellent standards, but we do not have a way of making the professionals that will be in the final line aware of them, it will be a waste of time and effort. So congratulations for the project. And personally, I'm pretty much interested in following what we'll be doing.
Great.
Thank you, Vanya. Anne-Marie, I don't know if you want to respond, otherwise we have other questions.
Yeah, Gabrielle, otherwise I would just want to express my thanks to Vanya. Vanya was very helpful when we were starting our outreach activities and providing input and gathering appropriate and very helpful professionals in Brazil. And so really just want to express my thanks.
Thank you. Amarjit, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you for this very interesting presentation. I frankly, I am not very familiar with your work, so you'll have to excuse me if I get it entirely wrong. I picked up 2 points from your presentation. You talked about greenwashing, and I'm aware, being a regulator myself, we all worry about greenwashing. So my point was, what we are observing on the ground as we go along, making sustainability reporting mandatory in various jurisdictions, we are seeing that. How about unintentional greenwashing? So, the companies believe that they are being environmental friendly, but actually they are not. And there could be some mistakes in calculations and so on. So can the revisions take care of unintentional greenwashing? That was point one. Second was, I think you mentioned about that. I would like the revisions also to be sensitive to the profession agnostic approach that we are following. So I'll just pause with that. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. And Bruce, maybe I'll take the first response to that. So when I think about competencies and then these competency areas that we have in the IESs for initial professional development, and in addition, then what are the learning outcomes? What needs to be demonstrated? So again, it doesn't matter how many hours you put forth in it. This is all about what can you actually demonstrate. When you think about this unintentional greenwashing, it's not, I consider it, and I can see the overlap pretty clearly. It's really not different than when there's an error in the financial statements, right? It wasn't intentional, but someone didn't understand a process, they didn't understand the control, they didn't understand the accounting, and therefore there was an error. There was no intentionality included. So I think going back to having the demonstrated competencies, having that knowledge will help eliminate this unintentional greenwashing. Now, it's not going to be easy, as I think we've already talked about, and I think the IEESB and others about the expectations of what some actual reporting may look like when the standards are adopted, right? An expectation of a lot of exceptions. And I view that no differently than given my vintage, I had gone through in the US when Sarbanes-Oxley was first adopted and had to navigate through many clients, that adoption, including as an auditor. And there were a lot of mistakes and errors that were made because it just wasn't known, or the competency or the degree of sophistication didn't exist at the time. So I think that our underlying pinning of the competencies and expectations will assist in reducing, where it can, this inadvertent greenwashing, where someone just makes a mistake. But you're right, part of that is having a sufficient knowledge of this new environment, of new science-based metrics. I mean, I need to tell you, my own journal, in my own journey, I had to question myself, would I be able to tell or evaluate that here's the CO2 emissions at this period, here's at this period, and it's changed? Would I be able to conclude that was reasonable? I'd have to spend a lot of time upskilling myself and evaluating and asking a lot of questions. So I think we're approaching inadvertent greenwashing without saying it directly because of the competency areas. Profession agnostic, certainly appreciate I would say the different paths or bases between the education standards and IESBA. We are focused on aspiring professional accountants and professional accountants. Now, if there is a practitioner, if there's an expert, if there's someone who believes that they are qualified or can be providing assurance services, our expectation, although it's not a requirement, would be that they're also demonstrating some of the same competencies as expected for aspiring professional accountants. But recognize the cumbersome nature of that, because a lot of our expectations are specific to our profession, and we're continuing to move towards it being the accountancy profession at this point in time. I hope that answered your question.
And I suppose maybe if I can just add one thing on the profession agnostic side, that at the end of the day, our education standards are only authoritative for our FAC member organizations. So as it stands currently, it's relevant to the members of our FAC members. So we do have that limitation anyway. But certainly, this framework, what it does, what the education standards do really well is tell the story of the competence you expect from a professional accountant. And perhaps that may be useful even from a regulatory perspective in comparing, does another person have an equivalent level of competence? And I just wanted to emphasize something Anne-Marie said around unintentional greenwashing. I really do believe that the revisions we're making and the way we're describing sustainability as being the part, the impact across the organization, all the different elements from governance, internal controls, risk management, all the way through to your management reporting and your external reporting. This is speaking to that thorough process that makes this a more formal part of the work that the organization does in its reporting and the rigor that is attached to that. And over time, with the right level of professional skepticism and intellectual curiosity to keep learning, I believe we'll get closer to having less and less of that unintentional greenwashing or error. But certainly we take that feedback. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie and Bruce. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, Bruce and Anne-Marie. I agree in terms of my fellow board members. It was a really informative presentation. So I've got 2 comments for you and 1 question. One comment is around the professional curiosity. I was so happy to see that included because I think historically education hasn't done enough around that in the profession. So, really kudos to your emphasis around that. The second thing around the proposal for case studies, I'm also a big proponent of that, and I think it would actually address both boards' needs potentially around being able to provide value and being able to help the profession. So I'm really supportive of that as well. And then the third one is more of a question. How are you thinking about emerging technologies and AI in the context of your education from 2 perspectives? One is just the skills that need to be taught and that need to be conveyed to the profession because it is a rapidly changing area and one that I think if the profession's not careful, it could actually overtake it in some ways if we're not using it properly. So that's one just on the education side. But then the flip side to that is also how are you using it? Because I noticed it up on one of your slides. And I think there's also an interesting question around how it's used in context of development of recommendations for a learning framework and how you're thinking about its use yourself as an organization.
Yeah, great questions. And maybe I'll take the first approach to this. Let me start with your second question. So first of all, we're embracing AI. And in fact, we use ChatGPT as a thought leader. And that's how we characterize it, simply as a thought leader and thought partner to generate learning outcomes. You'd be amazed at what it can do. And I was pretty impressed when I was prompting it and learning how to prompt myself appropriately on describing learning outcomes, on uploading sustainability standards and asking it to write learning outcomes. Now, to be clear, that was used just as a starting point to stimulate conversation, to think about what appropriate learning outcomes may exist, how to think about things more broadly. And I can tell you, similar to what businesses are experiencing right now, is while it was a data point, it was by no means and ever the output or the final output of anything that we've done, number one. And number two, we retain the same processes of evaluating what the output looked like, again, to stimulate the conversation and maybe think about things we hadn't thought about. And the reason why we highlighted that, because as you know, one of the important things with embracing AI is transparency. And so we're letting everyone know that AI was a tool that we used. We're considering the revision to the standards. And even more simplistically, when we're summarizing data, one of the things that from our information gathering outreach is we translated much of that into 800 separate data points or concepts from which we then were drawing themes and using AI to assist and do the initial summarization of that information. Now to your first question, we absolutely challenged ourselves about AI. We had gone through the most recent standards revision process we've gone through did relate to information and communication technologies and professional skepticism. I can tell you at the time, this was a couple of years ago, we were focused on ICT, we were focused on technology, changing technology. We were very purposeful not to identify a type of technology. And certainly at the time, we did not contemplate AI, certainly not what exists today. But we thought about AI and the recognition that it will change how we do things and it will change what we do. Make no mistake. And I agree with you about it potentially taking over the profession if we stay static, but we won't do that. We're going to continue to move with it. But we concluded we don't know enough, right? We are not prepared. And given the importance of evidence-based standard setting, given the importance of ensuring that the stakeholders believe in the due process and the nature and the extent of what we went through to conclude on revising the standard, we acknowledged AI was important. AI is now a strategic priority and focus of the panel, and we'll continue to explore that. We did challenge ourselves when we were looking at each individual learning outcome, whether we could see AI in there, whether we could see that it was essentially being addressed. It just happens to be a better technology than what we had contemplated before. So was considered, this is the short answer, it was considered, but we are not specifically revising standards in conjunction with this exposure draft related to AI. But great points on AI. Could not agree with you more. And we need to all hang on because things are going to change pretty significantly.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Can
Bruce,
I
did you want to
one very small thing to add on? If I was to add a third part to your question, there's a big question around the impact of AI on the way education happens as well. So in our work with the panel, the standards do not, and Anne-Marie mentioned this right at the start of her presentation, our education standards do not talk about the how, but we have been doing separate work and that started with the panel, and we've hosted a few just knowledge exchange opportunities with experts talking about how AI is affecting education. Of course, the starting point is often around integrity of assessments, and that kind of conversation. And for many academics, to be honest, they've gotten stuck there and they've run away. In fact, I've heard stories of some going back to paper-based exams because they're scared. You know, there's other academics who are challenging that, and so we're looking forward to having a discussion with our education panel. We've got an in-person meeting in May. We're going to dedicate probably about half a day to talking about all these different elements, including what Anne-Marie shared about where our thinking is, as well as the how as well. Would love any perspectives you have, and would be happy to maybe take that offline if anybody does want to give suggestions as we move forward with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. If you allow me, I'll take the two questions together so that we can save a little bit of time. Rania?
So first of all, Anne-Marie, it's really lovely to see you. First of all, I really think this is so important, especially when, when it comes to ethics. I believe that the earlier that these concepts and notions are embedded, if these are embedded into education, I think they are more effective. So I think if we target accountants earlier on, before entering the profession, I think because then you're really impacting their mindset. The earlier individuals acquire these concepts, I think the more they practice them, the more they adopt them, they believe in them. And I think our efforts collectively as standard setters would be much more effective. So having said that, and I think that, as you rightly mentioned, I think the collaboration and these efforts should not be just restricted to sustainability, technology, everything. But perhaps my comment / question would be the following. Do you plan on, or how about you considering enhancing your outreach such that these standards reach accountants and students and youngsters earlier on and not after they have made the decision to enter the profession? So if you would consider to collaborate or to reach out to universities in order to push in the adoption or at least some of those concepts, some of those notions. And I think the impact would be twofold. One, again, you're targeting those people or those individuals earlier on. That's number one. And number two, I think that's very important because the more comfortable students and those who are really at the point in their lives where they are deciding which profession to pursue, they feel comfortable with those notions, because today one of the
the issues that we struggle with as a profession, I think we can all agree, is our ability to attract qualified people into the profession. And so if I think one of the major deterrents, and I say that from my experience, in education and academia, is that students shy away from this area. And we have to admit that this area is becoming more and more complicated. And so if we target them earlier on, such that they are comfortable with the notions of, for example, sustainability and financial reporting and so on and so forth, they are more comfortable, then they are more likely, or increasing the likelihood that we will attract more qualified people into the profession rather than them shying away from it. So thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Christelle?
Thank you, Gabriela. To some extent, it echoes what Rania just said. I didn't, well, I don't know enough about your missions and content, and I didn't hear here in your intervention how you address eventually some key challenges that I see in ethics for PAs, which is the dimension of broad public interest versus stakeholders interest, such as you called for investors, employees, customers, right? But what about the broader public interest as a professional? And also the speaking up culture or broader ethic culture. Is it addressed, and to what extent are you working on that in your new aspects?
Thank you, Christelle. Anne-Marie, Bruce, do you want to respond?
Yep, absolutely. And then recognizing the time constraints, right? So first of all, Rania, great to see you. And I just want everyone to know Rania has been a long contributor to accountancy education through the International Education Standards Board and also through the panel. So thank you. And it's always great to hear your perspective. We will take away, we appreciate the point of targeting earlier, which also then potentially positively impacts the attractiveness of the profession. So it is a great point and something that can be considered, and we will take away. As it relates to the broader public interest, make no mistake, our standards are focused on the broader public interest. And that is what the expectation is. And that is what we're focused on. And that's our North Star, if you will. When we talk about changing expectations of employers and vendors, et cetera, that was really more in the context of thinking about reporting sustainability information. You do bring up a good point, though. We consider sustainability reporting information, it is from the lens of an investor. So it is aligned with IFRS S1 and S2, but that was just because of scope, right? That was the need and the objective to have and conclude on decision useful, information on which investors and other stakeholders can rely. But more broadly, the umbrella is the public interest. And we'll you're right, that wasn't the focus of the presentation, but I do want to make sure everyone appreciates that's the case. In terms of the key challenges in culture, and this more broadly, I think this brings up the point about how the education standards are integrated with the code, because our education standards refer back to and repeat and set forth the learning outcomes that are expected of someone who's demonstrating the appropriate ethical standards. So we have, as I mentioned, a competency area already in that. And so the objective is not to repeat, by way of example, what the expectations are in the code, but make sure we're just aggregating a little bit more in terms of a learning outcome, which means it has a verb. You apply something, you understand something to your particular topic area or the knowledge domain that you're focused on. So I would say that inherently our standards do address that, and in particular because of the linkage back to the code. But then also, as I mentioned, the key learning outcomes that have been identified and the verbs that are used and the expectations set forth by aspiring professional accountants.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. And finally, Ken.
Thank you very much, Gabriela and Anne-Marie and Bruce. Thank you both for the excellent presentation. I think it's been very informative, as I think David mentioned earlier. I just had maybe one comment and two questions, if I may, and I'll try to be quick here. I think the work that you're doing at IFAC in collaboration with the international panel is absolutely, in my estimation, is absolutely critical in relation to public trust in the accountancy profession. So it's, we talk about the broader public interest, but to my mind, it is absolutely critical that there be high standards in relation to education for the profession, and therein the element of public trust in the work that profession does. In terms of my question, and maybe you sort of answered it in your remarks just now, Anne-Marie, but my question was more on the topic of bias. And when we think about the work that professional accountants are going to be doing in the area of sustainability reporting and related to that severe assurance, where the subject matter itself is going to be very different from financial information. And as we know, professional accountants traditionally have specialized and trained and been educated in financial reporting and financial audits and anything to do with numbers, and put it very simply. But as we're moving into the area of sustainability reporting, the information is going to be a lot more uncertain, more subjective, more perspective, and in many cases very mature. And accountants are going to be called upon to aggregate, compile, distill, analyze, and therefore report and disclose that information. And perhaps you don't deal in your upcoming exposure draft to any level of detail on how accountants are going to be applying their judgments and really be conscious of the biases that might creep into the analysis and the treatment of the data and so forth. But I just wondered if, as part of your work, you'd given any thought to this. We touch on this in our proposals, and it is embedded in our ethics provisions. But the issue of bias is very critical to my mind, at least in the area of sustainability reporting. And my second question is more in relation to a comment you made, Anne-Marie, earlier, and I was a little bit intrigued by that. And that was a comment along the lines that professional accountants are not or won't be expected to be experts in sustainability, or rather, professional accountants are not going to be expected to be sustainability experts. Mm-hmm. And as I'm thinking a bit more about this, and as I see the market for sustainability reporting really expanding very rapidly, and we know that market has very huge demand for sustainable information. This is going to be a huge market opportunity for the profession. Mm-hmm. And there will be, I would think, there will be professional accountants who will want to be developing specialization in the area of sustainability reporting, and maybe they will gain specializations or specialist skills in certain areas of sustainability reporting, whichever the subject matter it might be. So, have you, in your work on the on your proposals, given thought to, or maybe you don't, maybe your standards are at a generalist level, and you don't even go that far in terms of addressing educational outcomes as insofar as specialization or expertise is concerned. But as I said, I was just curious about whether you'd given thought to this and whether you'd taken that thinking a bit further. Thank you.
Right. And thank you for the comments, right? The comments are always of great value to us as we're thinking through and continue to move along in our project, right? Because we have not yet gone out to exposure. So first of all, the first point on bias, absolutely bias was considered. But also bias is not new to us, right? In my world, right, I deal with bias all day long. And so we do have a competency area and learning outcomes associated with professional skepticism and professional judgment. And part of that addresses the notion of bias and even the fundamental approach of being able to appropriately, with an objective mindset, evaluate the evidence. Is it good enough? Is it not good enough? And continuing to gather additional evidence until the conclusion is reached that you're comfortable that bias has not been inadvertently or purposefully influenced in terms of what's actually to be disclosed. So bias was considered. Couldn't agree more. The environment and the sustainability environment, ecosystem, as am I calling it, does increase the risk of the bias, as you mentioned. And in particular, because things will be more judgmental. They won't be as certain. They will be more forward-looking. They will not be focused on solely monetary amounts. So it was recognized, but we do believe that the learning outcomes as they currently stand, and some of the minor revisions we're making, will contemplate the notion of bias. And in particular, when you think about the ability to appropriately conduct or evaluate scenario-based outcomes. But it's a great point, though, because I do agree it's something that hasn't changed, but it will change in the context of the environment in which it's applied. Now, the reference to sustainability experts was, I would say, more in the context of what are these IESs? What are they doing? IES 2, 3, and 4. It's setting forth the minimum standards for all professional accountants. So that means whether you're going to decide to go into sustainability and be an expert in that area, or you're going to be a professional accountant in business, or you want to go into public practice. These are the expected minimum standards. It includes things, by way of example, economics, taxation. Again, areas that perhaps an accountant or an aspiring professional accountant will not necessarily become an expert in. And that was to the point of the balance we need in terms of integrating sustainability into our learning outcomes, because we're not doing this to a defined role, i.e. a sustainable. But you bring up a good point, because some of what we've talked about as well is, okay, what about non-authoritative guidance? What about developing learning outcomes specifically to someone who does want to become that sustainability expert, who's only going to provide sustainability assurance services and maybe not integrated, right? Maybe it's not going to be integrated with the financial statements, but they alone will be providing them. And it's a good point for us to consider. We've talked about it, but it has not progressed significantly. So I appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie and Bruce, once more for this very important presentation and for your openness. I think that this we have a great road ahead in terms of collaboration, and I'm also thankful to the board members for the very important questions and comments made. So with this, we are quite late again. This has been the same every day, but we hope to have you here or in any other circumstances with us going forward and helping us bring this project where it has to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
So, well, we are 35 minutes late. I will immediately give the floor to Andy Minter to present or say whatever you may want to share with us on the PI project and the PI rollout. Okay. Andy, please.
Terrific. Thank you. Are you going to be advancing the slides? Or so? Oh, so I just say next slide when I want to. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So thank you, everyone. First want to make sure that our PI rollout working group is acknowledged, and the members are actually on Luigi and Rich, and then Sugnam has also been a very integral part of our group, has been the liaison with the IAASB, but we are extremely thoughtfully and very ably led by Laura and Jeff in preparing the agenda materials and keeping us on track with all the different documents that we have to deal with. So if I could go to the next slide. So what our objective today is to update the board on the where we stand with regard to implementation, and we're going to use the IFACS 2023 questionnaire as at least some mile markers on that, as well as the IESBA to consider with regard to questions posed to us on the transparency requirement. But Jeff and Laura also built into this time, and I'll try to do it quickly, is because this project started, the first task force meeting was 4 years ago last month. and so there've been a lot of new board members, is to just, because this will be very relevant for what we're being asked to consider, is to do a brief grounding of the history of PI and why these revisions have taken place. So I'll try to do that very quickly. So the objective of the PI is to enhance. Well, I'm just going to read our standard as best instead of paraphrasing it, and is to enhance the stakeholders' confidence in the entity's financial statements because of the increased significance of the public interest. Well, amongst the findings that we had in our project is that all entities have levels of public interest. So it's not that there's public interest entities and non-public interest entities, that there's entities with significant public interest. And in fact, that's embodied in our opening paragraph of the public interest entities revision, is that they reflect significant public interest in the financial condition of certain entities. And we further went on to elaborate what that significance was. And it wasn't just the size, it included some very qualitative factors, such as the importance of the entity to the sector in which it operates and how easily it could be replaced in the event of a financial failure. The potential systemic impact on other sectors of the economy as a whole in the event of financial failure. So it was a very qualitative aspect, principles-based aspect as to what significance means from that respect. And why there's this enhanced, and this is just really dealing with the independence factor. So when the stakeholders look at that report that says report of independent public accountant, that if there's significant public interest, in that, there's going to be an enhanced confidence, and we have to look then at the details in our code as to what those are. And for the most part, those deal with the inability to provide certain non-assurance services to a public interest entity client, or to make certain transparency disclosures with regard to fees, which stakeholders are deemed to consider important for that. Long association, some others. So that's the aspect why there's this enhanced degree of concern about the independence in the entity. But as the board determined, and as our outreach confirmed, is that significance was a very elusive concept. And I can literally recall our first meeting that we had in London in February of 2020. So about a month before we all stopped traveling, is that Mike Ashley, in the very first opening salvo to the task force, challenged the task force as to whether we could develop a global standard as to what would be significant that could be applied across the board. And I think we quickly determined we couldn't determine what a global standard is, such as $1 billion in turnover, 500 employees, that across the board around planet Earth, regardless of what sector or what country you're operating in, that those would be public interest entities. And so we have in our basis for conclusion in paragraphs 44 and 45 a lot of the board's view of that. And I think that's very important to keep in mind with regard to these issues we're coming up with, is that it would not be feasible at a global level to enhance the extant PI definition with a list of PI categories with great specificity that relevant local bodies could simply adopt without any refinement. So under our standard that we have is that there is a role for the local bodies to play. And it's not just a passive role. It's a very significant role because we determined and got this feedback when we publicly exposed it, that we cannot have an across the board guidance. For instance, if we said over $1 billion in sales, we might be including way too many companies, or we might be excluding companies in a certain jurisdiction. So under our approach is that we acknowledge that the proposed high-level mandatory categories could scope in entities in whose financial condition is not significant if we were to do this. The IESBA therefore believed, and again, I'm reading paragraph 45 of our basis for conclusion, that it would be appropriate under these circumstances that the code should deviate from its normal practice and allow relevant local bodies to tighten those high-level mandatory categories by making it clearer which entities were intended and which were excluded. And the reason why we did that, again, is our conclusion that we could not create a round the globe a cutoff. And so these will come up later on. But I think this was the sort of background that Jeff and Laura and the working group wanted me to relay, and not because necessarily we didn't think you understood it, but because there are a lot of new members on the group. But let me now continue on with the next slide, please. So the question is how familiar is the world that, so the question is, how are local bodies adopting and refining the code? Because they need to enact the code and they need to refine it in order for it to be operational at each jurisdiction, because it was not our intent, and we are not in the business of enacting an across the board a level. And before I get to this slide, I should remind you that we did have early on last year, we had some webinars which were focused on the relevant local bodies. And we had really good attendance across the world of people who were in these positions. And I think we certainly were able to influence and ask and engage, and they were able to engage with us. So next you can see some of the responses to the IFAC regular questionnaire, but along the ways they did drive down into some of the specific issues we're dealing with the PIEs, which could be the next slide, please. Let's see, that's a little small for me to see, so I'll look at mine, is that awareness among professional accountant organizations that there was, at least at the time of the survey, a fairly high level, that's the green on the left-hand slide, high level of awareness among moderate, 34%, so that's about 4 out of 5, and then there was a smaller portion that had low awareness. And with regard to where they stood, going back in time a little bit, there already was significant progress. That there was a high level of under discussion, and will be adopted. And the blank responses, however, what were concerning. But I think we've seen anecdotes that there's more adoption around the world. And I know that the different firms, and I know your firm, Rich, was looking into some of the adoption around the world. Next slide, please. Some of the issues that have come up is translations have been a critical barrier. The need to carefully review which types of entities, because there is it's not adopt and take the words and put them in. There really is a capacity issue as well as a consideration for the different jurisdictions to look at the different banks, the publicly traded entities, and the insurance companies to see which one should be in and which one should be out with regard to significance of public interest, which might already be covered by regulators in their various jurisdictions already with an equivalent definition of PI. And we did learn that there was some capacity issues at the local level in terms of going through this process. So not all jurisdictions have looked into this. And so there's now a question of what if they haven't gone through this, and that's coming up in a little bit. It does have some implications for multi-location audits because of the possibility of different requirements. So before I get into that issue, let's deal with the issue that we really had addressed to us, which is the next slide, please. Which is the operationalization of the transparency requirement. So, the revised PI definition came out in 2021, be effective in December of 2024, our category here. And we had actually the IAASB had 1 or 2 members on almost every task force meeting was present. And I thought that the coordination was outstanding from that perspective, and I think could serve as a model because we were able to in real time discuss with the IAASB what our proposal was and where we might be limited. And so one of our limits was how we decided, okay, so some entities are going to apply independence requirements general, and some are going to have these enhanced ones for pi. And I think the board and our outreach said, well, the stakeholders ought to know which set of independence requirements were applied by the auditor. So next slide, please. So we had to describe what our transparency requirement could be, and the top part shows is our standard, R420. So it's a requirement, and it says that when the firm has applied the independence requirements for a public interest entity, that fact ought to be disclosed, and in the blue text, in a manner deemed appropriate, taking into account the timing and accessibility of the information to stakeholders. Now, it would have been brilliant if we could have said they should just disclose it in the auditor's report, but we don't have the authority to write standards for what should be in the auditor's report. So we worked out with the IAASB that a general standard like this is acceptable for us right now, and that they will be taking up a project to also consider the pi definition. Now they have their pi project is in 2 tracks. The first track, which was fast-tracked, was to determine whether or not the auditor's report could be the appropriate place. And as you see on the bottom of this slide, track 1 is the IAASB approved on a fairly fast-track basis that the auditor's report is appropriate mechanism for publicly disclosing when the auditor applied the pi categories. Yeah, I think had track 1 come out first, I think we would have probably put that in R420 when we issued it, but we were really restricted in not being able to say in our standard, the auditor's report, because as I mentioned, that wasn't our remit. So now let's go to the next slide. A question has come up. What if the auditor's report is not publicly available or is limited distribution? Is that adequate? Because it's the auditor's report is apparently not publicly available. Funny this question should come up because early on, I had proposed and the task force agreed, although we ended up taking it out, and I'll tell you why, is that one of the first requirements is that the auditor's report is publicly available. That was going to be a requirement for what a pi should be. But I think we as a board decided that was too prescriptive in determining what a pi is. And plus, if an audit is not performed, for instance, then obviously this doesn't apply because there is no audit. And I think there was also the general agreement that for the most part, if something is deemed to be a pi, it will likely have some sort of public manifestation of its financial statements in this report. So the transparency requirement was intentionally left broad so that it would be a principles-based approach subject to the professional judgment of the auditor. The IAASB did agree that the auditor's report was the appropriate mechanism. So when this question was confronted to the working group, what if the auditor's report is not publicly available? We believe that still, let's go to the 3 alternatives first. Let's go to the next slide. So we consider 3 options. One is option A is that no changes to the IESBA pi revisions is required. Keep in mind that even though they've been issued, they're not yet effective. So I think this is, as you see, a spoiler alert with a star on the right, is that this was the working group's determination, and we're going to ask if you agree with that. Partly because, well, the standard's not even yet effective, and now we might possibly revise it. We also are not convinced that there's a high number of cases where this would necessarily be the case. But there is just a general onus in our standard for the practitioner to determine an effective method given the scope and distribution of the report. So for instance, if a report is made available that's considered a pie, not published in the public domain, but published, say, to regulators who are regulating this particular entity, then is it really necessary to make a disclosure to the public that this entity is a pie for a set of financial statements they apparently can't access, for an audit report they can't read? And I think the working group said, well, this doesn't sound like a big cause of mischief for the world that we need to have the requirement to say that, well, you must still make an ad in the newspaper, for example, that this company's a pie, or you put it on your website, for example. These are all other mechanisms to be addressed. I think in general, we also believe that the relevant public interest is being reported to the relevant regulator in a relevant jurisdiction, that they are standing in the shoes of the public in that respect. And so that that would seem to be an appropriate discharge of the transparency requirement. So that's just a little bit heads up as to why we thought option A. Option B would be to just simply amend our 420 and replace the phrase "in a manner deemed appropriate, taking into account the timing and accessibility," with a reference specifically to the auditor's report. I kind of already said why the working group decided not to do that, given the broad nature of the transparency now certainly permits the auditor's report, and for the reasons the working group determined with regard to, there with regard to if the financial statements were not publicly available. Option C is to retain paragraph 420 of the PI revisions as approved by IESBA and add new application material with examples of disclosure mechanisms. And just adding additional examples examples are always examples. And so every time that there's an example, you can always find more examples. So we decided not to go there. So the question is, what if a financial statement is not publicly available? How is the transparency requirement achieved in our standard? The working group's determined to update question 19 to make clear that the audit's report is what the standard says. Just as a word on our FAQs that you can find on the website, they're answering questions about our standard. They're not interpreting the standard or modifying the standard, because we can't really do that. So I think we're just answering the specific question that yes, we really mean it. When our standard says the transparency requirement depends on the appropriate, take into account the timing and accessibility, that the auditor's report is still nevertheless okay. So next slide, please. So this is a moment then I would pause and I'd also invite the working group and Jeff and Laura to augment anything I said if I've left out any of the key thoughts of the working group. Do IESBA members agree or disagree that the working group's proposal with regard to option A and the update of Q19?
Thank you very much, Andy, for this important and relevant presentation. There are matters for the IESBA consideration which are key. And so I'd like to listen to the board members, and I think that China was the first one. If I don't.
And I have a question first. Are we aware of a jurisdiction like that?
I'm sorry?
Are we aware of a jurisdiction where there's a public interest entity and the accounts are not disclosed?
I have been told that those apply to, say, regulated insurance companies or banks that would be deemed to be pies, for which the financial statements are not required to be publicly disclosed, but those financial statements are then given to the regulators. So the regulators see them, but not the public. That's what I've been told. And my just personal view is that if the relevant public is the regulators, then the regulators are essentially charged by the public to be the public interest. And so I think it's not coy, but I think it's legitimate to say that the people who are seeing the audit report are seeing that additional disclosure.
Okay, so then I think I would be supportive of option A. I think it's, jurisdictions are currently going and have, like even in the case of Australia, reissued the new PI definition, and yes, there's time to start. I think it would be very problematic if we start revising the existing standard, which has not yet started. And I think the way it is there currently, it is still workable. There's no issue. So I support the working group's recommendation.
Thank you, Chana. Mark, please.
I also support the recommendation. I think timing, is not right to do anything other than what the working group recommends. So I'm very happy with that. Just on the point that Chana was raising with you, I'm aware in certain jurisdictions of that type of reporting, but understood it to be regulatory reporting and not the financial statements of the entity. So again, I'm happy with where the working group has landed. I think it's balanced and appropriate.
Thank you very much, Mark. Sadia, please.
I too agree with option A, but I would say option B and option C shouldn't even be considered. I have a real dislike for fiddling with the code too much, and I think that at the moment, an updated frequently asked questions would address this need. My jurisdiction is one of them, so we do have some PIs that are not their financial statements are not freely available. But I think that with time, when we're doing the post-implementation review, this would be something where we would have time to learn what best practice would be for those entities.
Thank you, Sadia. Andy, I don't know if you want to react to any of this, or if you can continue. Okay, because I think these are more comments, but if you have anything, please let us know. Amarjit, please.
Thanks for this presentation. And I also went through the note, very carefully drafted and very precise. So my compliments to the team. I am broadly okay with the conclusion drawn in para 27. But one little point I'm struggling with is that while we leave it to the local jurisdiction to define what a PIE is, but what if, it says that, which is very unlikely, but just to clarify, that a publicly traded entity is not exactly a PIE. I mean, that could be an absurd thing to say, but nonetheless, the theoretical possibility exists. So how do we resolve that?
Andy, do you want to clarify this now?
Sorry. Thank you, everybody, for that. And well, I guess several things. I think we do need to keep note about the post-implementation review. That would be something we ought to have. And thank you for the other comments. And Mark too. I was thinking that was a regulatory reporting, not the same thing. But I've been told that was is. With regard to the last comment, as I think some of that's coming up in the next segment of the working group's report. So if I could defer answering that for a couple minutes, please. So I take it then, Chair, that the board as a whole is okay with the working group's view to.
We still have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see one more.
The reason why I asked you is that because Amarjit had a concrete question, and I was asking you to respond to that. But let's listen to Vanya.
Please, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Very briefly, just to express my support to option A as well. I think it's the best solution. I agree with Sadia. I don't like either option B or C. So.
Thank you, Vanya. Tomoyo?
Thank you. I just want to confirm that Japan also have large companies that is defined PIE, but the audit report is not publicly disclosed, and I'm supportive with option A. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. Angie, anything else on your side? Oh,
what?
Sorry?
Do we need a vote on that? And not because it's not authoritative. It's really,
No,
yeah, right.
yeah.
No, thank you though. Thank
No,
you.
but I think,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's very clear the support from the board to option A, which is the option recommended by the task force. So you did it, did a good job in understanding which was the best way and the best that would be supported by the board, which I also support, by the way.
Now we have a few more slides to deal with a additional questions that have come up with regard to our Q&A that will actually explain the reason why I gave the introductory comments about the board's approach. So yes, the next slide, and now one more slide too. Thank you. So we have a couple of extant questions that that deal somewhat with the issue that Amajit was mentioning, as well as come up around the world, is what if a relevant local body has not yet adopted the PI revisions when they become effective by December 15th? And what if the jurisdiction has an extant PI definition that's different from the revised PI definition, and the relevant local bodies does not intend to make any revisions to its extant definition? So queries have come up with compliance with the code when they don't match. And so if I could ask for the next slide, please. I think the working groups determined this is really a situation of whether or not a local jurisdiction has adopted our code, as opposed to whether how the code should be applied. So IESBA's role was to set out broad mandatory categories. As I mentioned, we recognize that we cannot set a global baseline, and it was ultimately the role of the local bodies. And we agree that firms should not be required to determine if other entities should be treated as PIs. I mean, they're encouraged to, but that it's not the role of the firms to act if the local bodies have not. So for this project, compliance with the IESBA code by any firm means first and foremost compliance with the local laws and regulations, which means that if the local body has not adopted the revised definition, then what they are is they're not in compliance with our code and they haven't yet adopted it. But from a practitioner standpoint, is the practitioner can only deal with the local definition. And the working group believes that's the appropriate answer, actually a literal technical standpoint, because the rule hasn't been adopted by the local jurisdiction, but also because it was never the intent of the task force and IESBA, as manifest in our exposure documents and public consultation, that the IESBA's judgment would be the judgment to impose upon a local jurisdiction. So it fortunately is not that widespread, but it does occur in jurisdictions, and the larger the firm is, and they have multiple jurisdictions that could be applied. So next slide, just to carry on a little bit more, please. So as this carries over the bottom, the top here is the bottom from the last slide, which is compliance with the IESBA code by any firm is compliance with the laws and regulations. And this is in line with our overarching objective that the IESBA PI revisions be delegated to the local bodies to draw the line. There is an issue with regard to joint audits, but still the question comes with regard to the local jurisdiction. If the local jurisdiction has not adopted the revised definitions, then your compliance with the local jurisdictions is manifest in whatever you got there, that we can't override that. We try to avoid situations where a firm allows as PI definition and therefore treats an entity as PI, but later needs to reverse such treatment because then the local definition gets amended. So next slide. So what we're faced with is by December 15th, the effective date in our standard is that local bodies have already adopted and implemented the PI definitions, may have concluded no definitions required. So that seems to settle it. Local bodies still in process of adoption and haven't implemented, or the local bodies have not yet initiated. Those are the more problematic ones. But some jurisdictions have no local PI definition, and certain entities might be treated as PIs based upon other, equivalent considerations. And in practice, those entities are substantially treated as PIs, although they may not be formally classified as such. And that's actually within the line of our standard to say that those are PIs. So this is now the final piece of business, is the next slide, is we had two questions, question 14 and 15, are correct and don't require any revision, but that queries posted might warrant a new question and answer to ensure that the working group's views are communicated clearly to stakeholders. And I think at our meeting the other night, Monday afterwards, I think we determined that we ought to have a new Q&A to make clear these points that I just said. So it was really important when we met as a working group to discuss that, unlike other circumstances, our thinking and public exposure and agreement with as manifest in our standard that we issued is that the line of significance is not a line that our board could create, even though we have three general categories that are required, is that they need to be refined at the local level. If the local level adopts them without refinement, well, then that's it. They're all in. So there's no question about that. But if they don't adopt them, then the question is, what do we use? Are they all? Does the firm make the decision? Well, the firm could always make the decision because it's already encouraged to consider additional entities. But the IESBA did not intend to draw the line, and we need to do what we can. And those were actually some of my questions of yesterday, of the adoption of our code, across the multiple jurisdictions. So I guess at this point, Chair, I'll pause to see members' feedback on that.
Thank you very much, Andy. Any questions? Amarjit, please.
You permit me just to follow up on this. I'm just still struggling, So A, B, and C, there are 4 components. I believe A, B, and C are, according to IESBA, they are the qualitative baseline, right, and aspirational standard, so to say. I'm quite okay with D, and D should prevail over everything else. However, if we take an approach that A, B, and C are aspirational, global, qualitative baseline, and the quantitative thresholds can be set by the local jurisdictions, should we not have a guidance by way of a Q&A in case you are not adopting A, B, and C? Just explain why. I mean, that way there'll be a gentle push to the jurisdictions to move towards A, B, and C at their point of evolution. I mean, whenever they deem fit, they will say, okay, let's take up, for example, B, any entity whose main function is to take deposits from the public, and you decide your thresholds. If you have so many deposit holders, then it becomes PIE. So just a thought, and I'm sorry, I'm not privy to I'm sure a lot of background is there in this work, so just excuse that, yeah.
Andy, do you want to respond one by one?
Well, it's entirely reasonable what you're saying, and it's not the ideal situation, or not even a good situation, that local relevant bodies have not adopted and refined the code. But we have these two, and the code does actually have this encouragement to the local bodies, an expectation. Actually, it's actually described as an expectation that they will refine when they adopt it. So we have these two countervailing things. We have either a blank code that doesn't have A, B, and C, and we have our board's conclusion that we can't draw the line. So it was never our intention to have all A, B, and C in unless the local relevant bodies determine they all should be in.
So just on that point, sorry, I'm butting in there. You said there is an expectation, which is fine. That's how it should be. Can we build on that expectation by a gentle nudge? That, look, if you're not doing this, just explain why. I mean, you would have good reasons, and we are not doubting those reasons.
I'll defer to Ken in terms of the broader aspect of our approach with getting local bodies to adopt not just this provision, but all the other provisions in our code.
Sorry to get it again. The point is otherwise it'll be free for all. I mean, you just do whatever you want without any sort of pressure on you to move towards a global baseline.
Yeah, no, I thought Andy was going to have the answer to Amajit's question. But no, I think you raise a good point, Amajit, and I think it would be useful for the working group and working with staff, obviously, to take this under advisement and further reflection. What I was going to add is that it will be very situation specific because some jurisdictions might not, in fact, adopt the IESBA code at all. We know, for example, two of the G20s are not yet on board. That's France and Argentina, because they have, for their own reasons, chosen to go their own paths. And if we were to, in effect, try one way or another to nudge them to provide an explanation as to why they've not even adopted, let alone refine the categories, I'm not sure we would be able to get there, because they've already said we won't adopt. Not that it's not this board should give up, but it is a current situation. In relation to other jurisdictions that are that have adopted the code partially, there may be certain reasons why they have not. They might not have adopted and refined the categories that we have in the by definition. And for those jurisdictions, I think the idea of a nudge, I think, might be, let's say, more workable in the sense that we could see a bit of a more reasonable basis to reach out to them to say, look, there is a global definition here. We have spent a lot of time, and it's been designed and developed with the public interest in mind. And let us understand where you are on the journey, and if there is a basis for you not to have taken up the categories and refine them, we would encourage you to explain and make your reasons public in one way or another. And we could do that through the National Standard Setters Forum that we have. We have a group of NSS we work closely with. Not that most of them have not adopted, but I think my point is we just need to understand which jurisdiction we're dealing with, because if a jurisdiction simply will not adopt for whatever reason, then no matter how much of an encouragement we give them, they're not gonna respond. So yeah, we just have to make it very contextual.
Thank you very much, Ken. Laurie, please.
Sorry, very briefly. So I understand that last category where the country hasn't adopted and hasn't done a list. I understand the intent is clear not to provide anything. What's the discussion going on with IESB on this topic?
Should I respond to that now? Or okay. Well, this really deals with the track 2 of the IEESB, where IEESB is considering how to expand other aspects of their auditing requirements on used to be listed entities and now public interest entities. I mean, for the most part, those deal with not auditing procedures as to what's qualified. Well, not for the most part, entirely. They don't deal with they deal with other things like critical audit matters or communication with those charged with governance, and so forth. But the working group to discuss that the IEESB can impose additional requirements for auditing how they see fit without it necessarily affecting the intellectual integrity of what we consider to be an independence issue for purposes of reporting to the public the enhanced independence requirements. So there's a concern that the IEESB's that adherence to the ICES would capture all entities, but the question posed to us is compliance with the code in a particular jurisdiction. And I think we are going to get together with our colleagues at the IEESB to discuss this in a more robust fashion, because I think we might be answering different questions. Yeah.
Jeff?
Thank you, Gabriella. Thank you, Andy. If I could just add to that, what Andy has explained quite clearly, is that the working group's view is not we have not reinterpreted the board's rationale and its decision. So it's very important for this board to understand. We simply try to clarify what the board's decision is and what the rationale was in making that decision, which has, as Andy said, pretty much almost from day one when the task force met, was that we recognize the role of the local bodies, for instance, in terms of adoption and implementation. And so hopefully try to make it clear that, and we will certainly make it clear to our colleagues in the IESBA that we haven't changed anything in terms of the board's decision and the board's rationale in reaching those decisions and in the final pronouncements.
I mean, I would just say, I remember the long debates on that issue of this board. So it was clearly the intent as we went through it. I just wondered about that slight dissonance or confusion, but it's helpful if you're meeting.
Thank you very much, Laurie and Jeff. Paul, please.
Sorry, just thanks for that. I think the rationale of the working group is quite clear and very rational. And just as has been highlighted, we will consistently see to some extent some difference between PI treatment and regulatory treatment in different jurisdictions. And that's why I think there's maybe some value in giving some clarity on what we can do with the non-authoritative guidance and the refinements to our PI Q&A to say, if you're purporting to treat someone something like a PI, whether you call them that or not, this is some of the guidance on what you should be taking into account in providing greater clarity on those types of entities, whether it's public or not, whether it's regulatory submissions or not. These are the factors that need to be taken into account for entities that are like PIs. We cannot compel people to kind of adopt and apply, but give guidance and useful tools for practices and approaches. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think there is that avenue right now for firms that if a firm decides to treat another entity as PI, then those transparency disclosures that we talked about do come into play. And so there is that option. The literal question posed to us, which we are answering, and I'm trying to make sure we're answering it very narrowly, is within the scope of our standard, that to comply, what does it mean complying with local jurisdictions? Because the local jurisdiction has transferred responsibilities in our standard, in that what happens in the event that they don't get adopted. But if a firm, using their good judgment, decides to treat other entities of PIs that have not been treated as a PI in their local jurisdiction, then everything, the reasons for that are there in the standard come into play, and the transparency requirements do come into play. If there is the ability to make no mistake, I would love to have all jurisdictions adopt our PI definitions and to go through the refinement process. That is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So if there is the possibility to have a nudge, I just didn't know that was an arsenal that we had, an official nudge, I would certainly invoke the staff to or this board to so nudge. I would also expand that not just for our PI definition, but for all aspects of our code that have not been adopted in the various jurisdictions. So, but thank you for that feedback, everybody.
Sorry, we still have two requests for comments or questions. One from Sadia, please.
I'm so glad this question came up because it made me reevaluate how we came to this conclusion. I remember it being very topical and we went into detail on why. Usually what we say is the most stringent code applies. And understandably, there's only one paragraph in the revisions that we're asking local jurisdictions to actually make revisions to. But I think the point is that it's so pivotal for the entire adoption of the PI definition that if you didn't have that one paragraph or that differentiation for jurisdictions, it wouldn't be implementable, and it would be hard to assume what the cut would be, because in each jurisdiction, the parameters would be different. I just wanted to clarify one thing, and this is also from my own understanding, that when we say PI adoption, this doesn't mean that publicly traded entities adoption would be included, right? Publicly traded entities adoption would still be the most stringent provision, but for the PI adoption, it would be the law and regulation that will be the driving factor.
Thank you, Sadia. Chana, please.
So Andy, this is about law and regulation. So 100.7 says the whole code is subject to law and regulation. So I think where the task force has landed is correct. And I looked at question 14 and 15, and I agree that there's no changes required. And I would support the working group doing an additional question to clarify this situation.
Andy?
I was just going to say if Sadia's comment was that this not adopting it means that there are no pies, not adopting this revision means that the pie definition that was extant is still the definition. And so I think I agree with what she said. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So it seems that there is a significant agreement around the table on the proposals made by the working group. Thank you very much, Andy and staff. That's it. Yes, thank you very much. This is an important topic that has been taking some time. The task force or the working group was surprised along the way with some issues which were not supposed to appear, but that was the truth. So I'm sorry for that, but it seems that you developed and progressed very well, seeing the significant agreement around the table. Maybe I should have started by giving a little bit of context to the new board members about this very long-lasting topic on the table of the IESBA. It started well before I joined, so I was not yet here when the board discussed and approved this definition and reviewed the definition of PI. This was a very, very, very tough discussion with some stakeholders and etc. So all this has a significant story behind it. But I think that what is important for you to understand is that there was a significant discussion about which organizations, which entities should be included in the definition, namely with some comments and questions from the PIOB, who very strongly had some opinions about what should be in, namely, in addition to what at the end was decided. But the considerations made, as far as I could understand, because again, I was not here, was that this is very much, as we can see from this discussion, considering the very, very different, not only regulatory and legal approach from the different countries, but what each entity means in each country, economy, market, and etc. One pension fund in Portugal, for instance, is not the same as a pension fund in the United States or in Norway in terms of what it means for the economy and etc. So the option was made to bring the core entities, so to speak, the ones that we could not refuse to qualify them as PI entities, but then there was a need to keep the work going in terms of a rollout, see how the countries were implementing this definition, because there was a recommendation that each country would consider if other entities should go into the definition. Well, I don't know if I explained it well, but I think it's around these ideas. So this rollout is particularly important because it's really about seeing and understanding and dealing with the possible very different decisions across the jurisdictions, not only with respect to the implementation of the PI concept, but also in terms of what they may want to put therein or not, as you said, Amajit. If I said something wrong, please, those who were part of this tough discussion over some time at the board, please correct me. But and sorry for not having given you the context. But when we start rushing, sometimes we, do not pay attention to that this discussion could not should need a little bit of context. And so, Andy, that's it. Congratulations for bringing these proposals to this point of agreement. I'm happy with that. Ken?
Yes, just one thing before we close this session, Gabriel, and that is that staff will work on this additional FAQ to add to the Q&A publication. The question is going to be how soon we can get it out. If not before the time the next Forum of Firms meeting happens, which is going to be around the week of the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken, Jeff. In Singapore, I think it would be very useful to give the Forum of Firms an oral update on the board discussion, because that question really came through the Forum of Firms. But if we're able to get the Q&A out before then, of course, we can just highlight that this is out now, and we've tried to clarify and hopefully have responded to their questions. So just Jeff, let's kind of work together to track that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We now still have two additional topics to address. The approval of the minutes, probably leave it to the last, or can you?
It's going to be very quick. So there have been some very minor editorial refinements to the minutes, agenda item 1A, that's been updated and it's been circulated to the board this morning. I don't know if the board would like me to go through the minor edits. I'd be more than happy to do that. But if the board is comfortable that staff would have processed all the various editorial suggestions, then Gabriela would ask maybe for a show of hands if the board is comfortable approving the minutes. Sadia, okay. Yep, thank you. Approved.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you, and thank you, Ken, and thank you to the staff who adjusted in the minutes to include and accommodate some comments and some edits from the board members. So the last topic in our agenda today, and before we move to the closing session, is that we need to go back to the terms of reference of the corporate and culture and governance working group. We discussed the working group kindly presented a proposal for these terms of reference last Monday at the middle of the discussions that we had and the presentations that we had. And there were some comments for which I thank the board, because they were, I think, important comments, which hopefully helped the working group having a little bit more work, and I'm sorry for that, and bring us a revised version today, I hope, for approval. Thank you also for the working group and the staff for having worked on this revised version of the terms of reference since Monday until yesterday, very late, or this morning very early. I don't know how to describe it, but it was basically almost in the middle of the night. So thank you for that. And Chana, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Gabriela, and thank you to my working group members, Rich, Rania, Hector, and our staff, Jeff and Carla, and we have Richard Flick as our consultant as well. So we took into consideration the board's comments, and I mean, all of the comments are valid. Some of them, I think, reflects the stage we are at. So some of them can be, things that come out of the working group's recommendations at the end of this first stage of the process. Some of them, if it ultimately develops into a standard setting project, then it will be things that will come out of the standard setting process. We are trying to keep this high level at the moment. It's a fact-finding stage. And so trying to encapsulate the broadest view as possible. And then later on, we can progressively narrow as we go along the process. So maybe, Carla, if you want to scroll down, I mean, I will not deal with the editorials because I'm sure everybody is quite hungry now. So the first change you can see on the screen. So we thought it was better to say get an understanding of culture and governance and their impact on compliance with ethics and independence requirements. That would be better, and we took out factors that contribute to breaches. So yeah, keep it broad.
Okay, I don't know
Yeah.
if there is any comment. That was my I think my comment on the 5A. So but I'm fine with that. But Amanjit,
I think Chana is going to hate me for this, but so whatever comments I have, I just so just one quick reaction on this. Do you want to add a word, gather a better understanding? It's only optics. I mean, I'm not very fussy about it. This is also fine. Or you just want to keep it as gather an understanding?
Gather an understanding is yeah, because how do you define better? Yeah. Okay, so if you are happy with that, we'll go to B. B is similarly not being too specific, taking out parts 1, 2, and 3. Just say review the extent provisions and gather an understanding how the code should be strengthened. So any issue with that?
Amanjit.
Again, one quick question here. So what is the intention here in B? Just consider the weather question, or you will actually make recommendation? I just want to be clear about the expectations around this one.
So at the moment, we are keeping it broad because I think originally parts 1, 2, and 3 was put in there because there are a couple of paragraphs in each section that talks to organizational culture and leadership. And I think that was sort of the thinking in initially identifying the provisions in parts 1, 2, and 3. So that's why we are thinking that it's better to take it out and leave it more broader.
Another point is when you say whether, answer would be yes or no. So do you want to go beyond? I mean, in the sense, review the provisions and also make recommendations, or just sort of leave it at that and maybe take it at the next level?
I think it's at the next level because this is the fact-finding project. And at the end of this process will be the working group's recommendations.
Okay, Mark, please.
Just very briefly, I think just in this section as a whole, we just need to be reasonably open. So it's all consider whether, because otherwise it's actually sort of already concluding on what you're proposing to do in E. So as long as those all align, and as long as those are all consider whether, rather, because later on you've got one saying raise awareness. Well, actually it's consider raising awareness. As long as those are all consistent, it's all fine.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, that's fine. We can change the bullet which is coming below on the raising awareness, which is.
Could you scroll down, Carlo? We cannot see.
I think that point, Mark, though, in little c there, or D rather, I think what the working group is proposing to do this year, in particular, in light of what was discussed by the board during the SWP, the strategy work plan discussion last year, as part of this work stream, as part of this work in 2024. As we do the outreach, we will raise awareness about perhaps some of the firm culture issues that we've heard, and the importance of firm culture, of having the right firm culture. I think that's probably what we're just trying to say. So that's why we didn't have consider whether. in it. But of course, as we move along and perhaps when we move to next year, what we want to say to our stakeholders will probably change and impacted by our fact finding on some of the conclusions and recommendations that we're making to the board towards the end of the year.
Chair, could I, on point D, if you permit, I'll just, what Jeff just explained. So here my question was, this looks like a continuous engagement which IESBA will have to do. It's a very important subject. And so are you thinking of, at the working group level, you are thinking of working out an outreach strategy and make recommendations? Or this is actually a task which somebody has to do? So I was just wondering about that. So
yeah, this is a task. I mean, in a sense, we are already planning some of these activities, and that's why we are going to Singapore and speak to some of the stakeholders there as well. So it's already, in a sense, underway in reaching out to stakeholders. Jeff, do you want to add something?
Just maybe one comment in addition to what Chana have said. The working group have raised this point, elevated it to the objective level because we recognize the importance of the role of IESBA as a global standard setting setters on ethics in raising awareness of the importance of culture and ethics within firms. Hence, I think we've elevated that to the objective level, rather than seeing this as one of the tasks that we need to be working on. But see, Hector has a follow-up comment as well.
Thank you, Chair. As part of the conversation, we're going to go beyond the usual people that this board talks to. And in those conversations, we are going to get feedback on how they perceive the relation between governance and culture in firms. And we are going to use those opportunities to raise awareness about our code and what we are doing to a business audience that's sometimes not familiar with what we are doing because they're not in the accounting or auditing industry. So that's part of the objectives we want to do as part of the work of the task force.
Thank you, Hector, for that clarification. Paul, please.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if taking us backwards with this comment, but just on that point on raise awareness of the issues relating to and the importance of ethical culture, could we add in and governance implications within firms through outreach activities, or is that going backwards in terms of our approach?
I think inclusion of governance is fine because we are talking about culture and governance.
We put it very clearly that sometimes the influence or driver factor that governance can have on ethical culture is coming out clearly in what we're seeking to really unpack.
So, Paul, just for clarity, your suggestion would be that it would read raise awareness of the issues relating to and the importance of ethical culture and governance within firms?
Ethical culture and governance implications in firms, so that it's the governance driver of that ethical culture.
I think that is already potentially making a conclusion of the relationship between culture and governance, and I'm not sure if this working group is ready to make that conclusion yet. I'd be happy with saying ethical culture and governance within firms.
Yeah, I think that we can add that also to be consistent with the title of the project and etc. So thank you very much, Paul. Sorry, there was Tomoyo first. Tomoyo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for working group for making this change. May I confirm that this objective has been changed, taking in consideration my comments on Monday? I understand that what I mentioned is like a further strengthening won't mean just adding things in the code, but changing the nuance. I understand that combination B and D will reflect my expectation, but may I confirm that's what you have considered? Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Tomoya. Rania, please.
I mean, not to be wordsmithing here, but to be honest, I would rather not add governance in item D. I think at this point, very much to what Jeff just said, I think at this point, what we are certain of, what we're trying to raise awareness to, as to is the issue of ethics and ethical culture. And right now, we are still at the point where we're trying to understand the relationship between ethics and governance. And so I think putting in their governance is sort of being ahead of ourselves. That's
But this is what the project is about. It's about ethical culture and governance. So I think
yes, I know, but but how can we raise awareness? At this point, we're still at the stage in the project where we're still trying to understand the relationship between the two. So I think we have yet to, in my opinion, educate ourselves to, there's a learning curve here before we get to the point where we start raising awareness as to the interconnectivity. So I think at this point, our role as an ethics board is to raise awareness to the as to the importance of ethics and ethical culture. But we're still in the information gathering stage. And
I can live with both, but I think that we can raise awareness of the importance of good governance in firms. And this is previous to any implication between the two, or, and I don't know, but the working group will see better. Ken.
Yeah, and I know not everybody will necessarily agree on this, but I am with Rania, and I think inserting the word governance here does run the risk of actually changing the scope and the focus of this work stream, because this work stream is about culture and governance. It's not about necessarily about ethical governance, and there is a nuance there that has been raised to our attention already that we are very much aware of. The distinction between the focus on governance versus a focus on ethical governance. And maybe that's a concept that the working group can further explore, but potentially the task force that will come out of this fact-finding phase. But I would focus at the moment on just ethical culture, if that's really the intent. Otherwise, just keep it on as plainly on just culture and governance. But maybe a broader point is whether in fact we need the objectives to be at the level of the granularity that we have in bullet D. And as I look at bullet C as well, there's a bit of an overlap with bullet E, which is about recommendations to IESBA. So, I'd be inclined to fold bullet C and the E and leave it at that, and leave it to the working group to come up with its recommendations as to what it might want to come forward to the board eventually once it's done. And as bullet D essentially is speaking to the task that the working group will be going through as it is going through the fact-finding phase, and as you're talking to stakeholders, clearly you will be doing what you would be doing, which is raising awareness precisely about the importance of ethical culture. So my suggestion would be to try to simplify the objectives, keep it broad, keep them broad, and because I think the more we try to kind of engineer the objectives to a level of specificity that different board members, as we've heard, are trying to get to, the more I think we that would be my suggestion. But
so I mean, I'm happy. I'm looking for my working group members' support as well. Whether we just drop ethical, the importance of culture and governance within, because the project is culture and governance. And then, as you say, maybe fold C and E together.
He's from the working group, wanted to speak.
What if we drop culture and we just keep ethics? The importance of ethics within firms. This is what we are all about. And we don't say culture or governance. We say about the importance
I
of
think that
ethics.
there is no distinction between what we have been doing all the time and this project is.
But we're
raising-
reaching out to other people. That's the point of using
Sorry?
this project. But we're reaching out to other
Yeah,
audiences.
Yeah, but supposedly, at least that's what we are doing already. I don't know. I think that that also keeping it as broad as raising awareness of ethics can dilute the distinction and the very punchy nature of this project. Just an opinion.
Richard?
Richard Fleck, please.
Can I make two suggestions? One is that if you want to keep governance, if you put it in front of ethical culture, so it's importance of governance and ethical culture within firms, you avoid the connection of ethical with governance. That's one way of solving the problem if you want both. The other point is if you're going to fold C into E, then I think it should be, it'll be develop a report including recommendations on future action to be taken to raise awareness and emphasize key provisions of the code. In other words, we'll have to move away from non-authoritative materials in order to have the breadth of actions that might be recommended. That's the cautionary point to draw attention to following Ken's suggestion. I apologize, it's terrible to be drafting in committee, but just responding to the points that have been raised.
Well, I think that now we have more than one suggestion on the table. Ken, please.
Yeah, I would suggest to the board to keep it very generic when referring to the recommendations. So it could be develop a report, including recommendations for actions within, including actions with respect to revisions to the code or the development of non-authoritative materials outside the code. So that will cover both. And it wouldn't matter where you go, but
do we even need to state that then? I mean, I think if we were going to remove C and perhaps even D, I would just leave it as my suggestion. My thought at this point would be perhaps to say develop and report and recommendations to the IESBA. I think that's just clean.
That was what I said earlier.
I know. I think if we're going to remove those points, then just remove them and just have those 3 points. I think Ken's suggestion was to take out C and D, right? I'm okay with that.
That's fine.
Okay, very quickly, the remaining comments and questions, Paul.
I think we've gone round a bit in circles. I think for me, the key point was just I took Ken's point in terms of the ethical culture and ethical governance. So it was just as Richard has said, just put governance first before you go into ethical culture would resolve that issue. But I support the suggestion on really stripping down and narrowing down to the fundamentals so we don't have so much repetition. Thanks.
Okay, so you can live with both, right? Amarjit?
I really don't want to muddy the waters further, but just can't help making a point on ISQM1, which is mentioned in point 10 of the approach, where, it is indicated that working group will consider the ISQM1 also with respect to governance and leadership, and we will coordinate with IEESB, which is perfectly fine. So my point was, Bill, when you are looking into governance issues, apart from culture and ethics, if you notice that something needs to be done about ISQM1 as well, will you hold back or make recommendations?
I think if we there's a coordination going on with the IESB. So if something comes to our attention, then it will be communicated back to IESB.
Would you like to say that in your objectives as well? Because there we
I
are
think it's
limiting to code.
implicit. It's implicit in the ongoing coordination activities.
I know. I'm saying, will you like to take it to objectives? So, yeah. Because in the objectives, you are limiting only to the code in point B. You're not talking about the governance part. So,
Amaji, if I may step in, no, very, very valid points. Chana mentioned earlier, it is fact finding. So whatever this working group comes up with in terms of recommendation, especially needing to make revisions to ISQM1, that will be for the task force to take it further with IESB. The aspiration is when this project becomes a task force, we would like to liaise with IESB in terms of having a representative on their side to be involved at this work. But at this stage, we're acknowledging that close coordination is required, and this working group will have a recommendation wherever it falls to, and that will be communicated with the IESB. It will be better to have a broader objective in France. As at this stage, we don't know where we will land first, so we shouldn't preempt the outcome of the project.
Yes, so I mean, the audit firm quality management is an important consideration, and that's ISQM deals with that. But we are looking at the whole firm, and so that's why it's important for us to look at the whole firm, but be mindful of what already exists under ISQM1 for leadership and governance in firms.
Okay, thank you. Tomoyo?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that we should keep the objective broader, but I think saying ethics is too broader. So I will prefer to add governance in D or remove the either way. Thanks.
Thank you. And Christelle, finally, and I'm sorry, I will not take any other comments because we are running extremely late.
I would run preferably with keeping the D, reversing the governance and ethical culture as it was proposed, but because otherwise if it is not an objective, where is it an implicit task of the working group this year? So yeah, I think unless there is another chapter in the terms of reference where it makes clear that this is part of your journey as a working group, I would prefer to have this stay in the objective for clarity.
Okay, I will now ask to Chana and the working group if you can summarize which changes. Sorry.
Do you want to go first?
No, but you've just brought C back, so I'm just confused now.
Yeah, so C is out because the report and the recommendations will have both. But I mean, I personally agree with Crystal, given that we are already going to do it. You might as well have it as an objective. And if it's easier, the whole project is culture and governance, right? So if we drop ethical and just have culture and governance, would that work? No.
It doesn't make sense to say to raise the importance of culture. It is about ethical culture. It's not the importance of culture per se. So the which word is fine now.
Okay. All right.
Okay, unless, I will assume that, sorry? Tomoyo, do you still want to speak? I'm sorry, we really need to, need to
Yeah,
close.
so if you want to scroll down, Luigi, I just want to raise that, are you happy with how we have dealt with your comment? Okay.
Carla, can you just scroll? I think you just also again mentioned ethical culture and governance. So you might just want to switch, I think paragraph 7, is it? I just saw it very quickly here. Oh, no. So it's, okay, concepts of firm culture and governance. Okay, all right.
So I think, so we talked about ISQM1, and then we picked up Andy's point about from the SWP, the audit client issue. Scroll down. What are the other changes? So with the report, the working group discuss the potential of a preliminary report by September and a final report by December, whether that is very ambitious. So the current thinking of the working group is, while we'll try our best, a more realistic assessment, maybe we present a report by December and then finalize it in March next year. But we'll try our best to do it by September. But if not, we think it's too important to rush it.
Why are you looking at me that way, Carla and Chana? Any reason? Okay, we'll see as we go. I think Ken.
Yeah, and maybe I'm not seeing very clearly your markup here under B. You changed it to Q4, so it should be Q2 to Q4, not Q2 and Q4, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you very much. Of course, the working group will review the drafting and the edits to make sure that everything will be okay. But my question now is the board comfortable with where we landed in terms of the terms of reference for the culture and governance working group work? Okay, thank you very much. This was a journey, but I hope that we got it right. And good luck to the working group, to the important, very important work that you have ahead. And I think that with this, we are reaching the end of the meeting, the board meeting. Unless you have anything, Ken, I'm gonna close the session. Before that, 2 minutes. And of course, we are very late, so I will avoid any kind of wrapping up and these things because unfortunately, I think it's too late for that, but let me just give me just 3 additional minutes. First, to thank to all the participants, for the board members, TAs, etc. Those who in a different way contributed to this work. Thank you for your contributions at the meeting and for your contributions at leading up to the meeting, because there is a lot of work, some of them very invisible behind what happens during these days. Thank you, and consider yourself, that I thank you for all this. Sorry? Yeah, okay, yes, before we close, before I close, sorry, Dave, I'd like to ask you if you have, you'd like to add something. I'm so sorry, but when we start rushing, there is always something that we miss. Dave, Sullivan.
Ready for me now, Gabriela? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Gabriela. And I just want to say thank you. I won't go through each of the projects. I want to say thank you to all the board members, the staff, and everybody else who assisted in this meeting. Thank you also for your understanding for our observation that Robert and I stepped into this at the last minute and we're not able to be there in person, which is not ideal. I get that, but I appreciate you letting us be a part of the process, and I appreciate everybody's involvement in each of the discussions. I could walk through each of the projects, but I don't have any concerns to relate other than I just want to congratulate you on continuing to and continually thinking about the public interest as you are setting these different standards and looking at all of these different areas, and also just congratulate you on the collaboration with the IEESB, which I think is critically important. So thanks, Gabriella. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dave. And I take the opportunity to thank Robert Buchanan as well, because it was a very unexpected request to you to attend this meeting in very difficult conditions and social hours most of the time. So we just have to be grateful for your collaboration and your contribution to the board and for being ready to be here. Thank you so much. So before we close, just again, thank everybody. This is, of course, important. Thank very particularly the staff for the incredible work that they are doing. And this is to organize the meeting, prepare the documents for the meeting, but above all, the work that is behind the papers, the documents, the meeting, and everything. And you know that my last word in terms of gratitude always goes to the staff who have been absolutely critical to make all this happen. As we move to a staff-driven model, this is going to become even more important. And here I'd like to highlight the conversations that we had. Well, of course, one of the high points of this meeting was the discussion or the presentations and discussions on firm culture and governance. And this, I truly believe that this sets up a new path and a new direction and a new age for the IESBA. I hope that I'm not wrong. It is amazing and it's a great incentive to see the enthusiasm of the board members around the topic. And this is across the whole board, and the real openness to contribute and to do it in the best way possible and to make the best out of it. So this is very promising and a real incentive for us to continue. I'd like to highlight the conversations that we had the opportunity to have during the executive session. I'm not going to repeat what was said there, but I'm really what really struck me was the vivid live participation of all the board members, which just leaves me confirms the perception that I have that we need this space for us as a board. We need to think about us. We need to think about how we operate. You need more information, and that was clear to me as well than the information that you already have on some topics. I need to highlight the presentation that we had from Brunswick, but not only the presentation, which I think will provide all the board members with a strong and consistent basis for all the outreach, speaking out, etc., initiatives and opportunities that we will have, and that consistency is very important. But I'd like also to encourage you to reflect on the messages that came from that presentation and narrative, what people think about us, and this must become part of our DNA, to look at the others, understand what the others see in us, how they see us, etc. This relationship with the others is absolutely critical for us to grow as an organization. And the third thing, I think that this was more than a presentation. Of course, this shows the work that Brunswick has been doing in helping us in this very critical phase of our project. But I see it as a two-way path, because it's not only about how much Brunswick is doing in terms of creating opportunities with media, outreach, stakeholders, narrative, etc. But it's also an opportunity for us to reflect on some very sometimes provocative questions and ideas that they are bringing us, but also an opportunity to learn, the board, the staff, and everybody, to look at outreach, communications, and etc. in a different way. So I think that we are not only having a value in terms of how we are being projected to the outside world immediately. It's also about what it will live with us in terms of how we should behave and adjust our own work. It's even about the work and attitude and etc. and with respect to the outside world. This is just a start, but I think it's a very good seed for the future. Finally, I'd like to greet the new board members for the excellent participation that you had at this meeting. We couldn't, well, I think that if we did not know that you were new at the board, we would not have understood it. And that means a lot. That means many things. And that means also a lot of preparation, which I'd like to highlight, praise, and give you an incentive to continue doing this very good job. Thank you. It was really amazing. Yeah, and finally, well, I'm not going to go through the topics. The next board meeting will be in June in New York, from the 10th to the 13th. So a 4 days meeting, as Ken has already mentioned. And I will finish by conveying you safe travels, good journey back home, and hope to see you again, at least on the screen, very soon. Final word on the outreach, that you all will be in a way or another invited to contribute to. This is a critical phase for us until the end of the exposure draft, and then with the rollout of the tax planning. So the continued contribution of the board members is more than welcome, is very necessary, and you will probably listen to some additional requests by June, if not before, in respect to other areas where I think that we will need you more. So be ready. Thank you very much, and safe travels home.